Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's 101 ESPN, and we welcome you to participate in the program in the YouTube chat where friends were waiting for us, Doug. And we like that when friends gather on a Monday morning to talk it over. YouTube.com/TMASTL 101 ESPN and the Dobbs Tire and Auto Center's 101 ESPN app. There's also a TMASTL app. Doug, a glorious week in St. Louis sports.
Really was. Great weekend for the Cardinals. Man, that series could not have gone any better. Impressive all the way around. Same for the Blues. A win at Colorado. I figured maybe it was about time for a letdown. No, they just keep plowing along. But the doggies got beat.
And you want that to be the lead?
No, we can gloss over it. 1-0 shellacking. But
Martin, is that what you led with?
City? Oh, sure. Was
Did you
on
really?
the 2-5. No, I didn't.
Oh.
But you had it, I hope.
Well, we had highlights.
Okay.
Kind of hard to show highlights, Doug, when a team doesn't score goals.
It is, yeah.
So you say to your producer, any shots on goal.
Really good saves.
They had 2 shots on goal.
Anybody fall out of the upper deck?
Yeah. Anybody get a red card? That's kind of fun.
Sharon and Clayton monitoring the lead story. Wow. Morning, boys. I hope the Blues are the lead today. Way bigger than the Cardinals start. Let's go Blues. That's Sharon, and she's in Sanibel, Clayton, Maui, and Michigan.
Living the good life. Well, this is a definite tie for first on the lead story.
But that's not the way that Martin doesn't have that luxury when he's doing sports final.
One. You got to pick
Last night's lead was the Cardinals completing the series sweep.
Yeah.
By a combined score, Doug, of 19-6. They sent the Twins a packing.
Yeah, everything they did worked.
Gorman got his eye back.
He did.
Yes!
Victor Scott keeps hitting. The pitching looks good. I love the way Ollie used the whole team, really. The way he brought in the defensive replacements. That all worked like a charm. Could not have gone any better for the Redbirds. Could not have gone any better. Already 3 up on the Brewers, who just had the monkey poop beat out of them by the Yankees. They gave up 36 runs in 3 games.
Torpedo bats.
The
No
Yankees
joke.
are using bad bats.
Did anybody
They're
talk
cheating
about
with
those
the bats?
Did anybody talk about those bats in spring training? How is it just now a thing?
I think it became a thing when the first 3 swings they took on Saturday were home runs.
Nestor Cortez, Doug, returned to the Bronx.
They
was greeted.
beat him like a government mule.
Wow. There was talk of the Cardinals acquiring him last year, and I was like, oh, my God, that guy. For the record, the Cardinals now down to plus 700 to win the National League Central. It's moving substantially. It's moved about 22% since the home opener. The Cardinals are coming. Hold on.
Tra-la, tra-la.
That's actually it. That was it. Tra-la,
Yeah.
tra-la.
Well, is it possible that they've kind of accidentally stumbled upon a winning formula here? Because this is a large sample size. We've seen a lot of them. And I think we can come up with some sweeping
you were watching
generalizations.
Frank. Uh-oh. You got him winning it all, Doug?
I think this club is hot, and you know what happens when you get hot.
You just might win a baby.
You win a baby. That's correct. It's okay.
very well
So if you're
could.
interested, you put $100 down, and the Cardinals win the World Series. You receive $12,000 on November 2nd.
Okay, might be worth it.
All right, there you go.
Might be worth it. I was a little concerned to see the size of the crowd yesterday. That was not real good. I know it's still
Wasn't
early in
great
the
on
season.
Saturday either.
No, but if you go back, 2 or 3 years, there'd probably been 35, 40,000 in the stands for those games.
Well, you go back 3 years, it's an important distinction between 2 years, but at the same time, 2 years, they were coming off of a division title.
Yeah.
And then it began to spiral.
Well, I mean, we expected, right? Opening day would be close to sold out, and then a precipitous drop.
A buddy of mine sent me a picture from the game on Saturday in the 3rd inning. It was stunning how empty it was. That really surprised me yesterday also. Rough. Now, do have to factor in the weather forecast was not optimal. I don't know how different it would have been, apples to apples, if you go back with a questionable weather forecast. Let's say in 2019, what it would have looked like. I still imagine that this would be less, but, hey, it was one win Thursday, and that doesn't make people go, okay, this is a championship ball club. But if you are looking at some statistics that stand out, well, before I even give them, what stands out most to you? Martin, start with you.
I think that the lineup is contributing top to bottom. That you're getting everyone hitting at 10 hits in each game, 19 runs, because you look at the lineup, what was it, 27th in one of those fun metrics we like to study last week? Somebody had a ranking of the lineup. Arenado's had big moments. Newt's had moments. Victor Scott, friend of the show. Which, by the way, that Youngry, I know they do it on the broadcast.
Yeah.
It's all over the place.
Last night, the Cardinal Insider, which is their own produced show, had a sit-down interview with him, and they did a full-screen graphic and did Youngry as if it were like the dictionary, like explaining it. I'm like, this thing has gotten so much life, and yet such little credit.
Oh, you would like more credit for
I
that.
think we deserve some credit.
Okay.
Not that we really did anything except sat there and he said it,
Right.
but it was on a podcast.
That's not nothing.
That's not nothing. Thank you, Jackson.
You bet.
Nice, I like that. I can catch it on TMA. It's not nothing.
But sometimes it kind of is.
No, I think that's a nice little brand.
Oh, I like that. No, I would have to say that their only hope to get fans interested was to have a good first month. So people could watch and say, that guy, I've heard about him. Hey, he's okay. Yeah, hey, they're winning. It's kind of fun. Oh, crap. It's still baseball. Let's go. Not after 3 games, but maybe after the first month if you got a winning team.
Yeah, if they keep it going here for a while, they'll get some fans back. I think it's still a significant factor that a lot of older fans just don't want to go downtown anymore. A significant factor. But if they put together a winning team that's near or at the top of the division for a while, they'll come back. Fans will come back, I think. A lot of them.
You think that was stifling bachelor baseball in his attempt to get a date? The people in the age range he was hoping for aren't going downtown.
Was a factor, sure.
So had he gone younger, he would have been just fine.
Oh, interesting.
Look for a younger gal, and then he's fine. Maybe.
That would have been great if he called in asking for a younger gal.
I
Change the tenor of it.
I am kind of stunned by the fact Carlos Correa's on the Twins, and you kind of forget that. And he's really not even a factor. Like, remember, he was
rough start.
He's been kind of quiet for a couple of years, but he just doesn't even seem to matter.
Yeah, he's just not healthy. I mean, that's it. He's a shell of the guy who was playing in Houston. OPS-wise, now Pages and Gorman have, just 4 at-bats. But Herrera, 1,482, Doug. Arenado, 1,448. Nootbaar, 1,271. Jordan Walker, who did not play yesterday, 1,025. Victor Scott, 750. Donovan, 748. I mean, that's a large number of the roster over, again, a 3-game series. Hammer that home, 3-game series. But just for the sake of the conversation, play it out the other way. Imagine if they would have gone 0-3. And all hell that would have been breaking loose. So to go 3-0 and to have, really, with the exception of Arenado, a bunch of the young guys contributing, that's exciting. This should be noted. I mean, I'm not chastising him. Guys will go through slumps. But Wilson Contreras is 0 for 14 with 5 strikeouts, and the 5 strikeouts through the first 2 games. So he's right in the middle of the order, and he's been doing nothing. And they're still able to put up the offense that they've put up.
And the pitching was very good. The defense, outstanding.
Yeah.
It's got something to do with the pitching being so good, obviously.
I mean, they go 3-0, and it is fair to say it's only 3 games. Had they gone, as Tim mentioned, had they gone 0-3, it would be pile-on city. This team is garbage junk.
I'm never going to another game.
Even though it's only 3 games, had they lost all 3, people would be going berserk. Worst franchise ever. 3-0 doesn't mean that much. It's fine. It's great. But if they were 0-3, oh, my God.
If they keep the good pitching going tonight, that would be quite intriguing, considering it's a Miles Michaelis night.
And then Liverpool tomorrow night.
You carry that over, that'd be a hell of a story.
I believe Kyle Hendricks is pitching tomorrow for the Angels, which is a problem historically for the Cardinals. Good old Kyle Hendricks pops up on the Angels, finds his way back to Bush. Mike Trout in town. That'll get you down to the ball yard. Tim, you got a chance to see Mike Trout.
Yeah, I took my son to see Trout and Ohtani a couple of years ago because I wanted to make sure you would always get to see them play. I don't think that necessarily carries the cachet at this particular moment. But the Angels are the Cardinals' opponent before they get the day off on Thursday and then to Boston, where the Red Sox are off to a slow start. You are welcome to give your thoughts on a wide variety of the topics today. Blues and Cardinals in particular, 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. You can also email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com, and participate in the YouTube chat, which is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat here on TMA. And at youtube.com/TMASTL. Last 3-0 start was 2006, and we know what happened that year. That's from Tommy Two Guns. Here you go, Doug.
Sounds like a championship campaign to me. I see the Central Division's off to a good start. If you take away the Cardinals, the rest of the division is 4-12. So we'll be counting on that all year.
I think you might be able to count on that all year.
Yeah.
The Brewers pitching, problematic. The Cubs actually are, after dealing with the Dodgers, restoring some form of order there. But yes, the rest of the division. The Pirates led in all 4 games against the Marlins. but they only won one of them. So they're off to a nice little start against beware the Miami Marlins and Cardinals NLCS.
Could well
There's a little
be.
Jupiter bump there. The folks are Roger Dean. There are only 4 undefeated after 1 week. That's kind of surprising. Only 4 left.
Name them, Doug.
Cardinals.
Yes.
Dodgers.
Yes.
Padres.
Yes.
Yankees.
Yeah, there you go.
All of your premier franchises. Look at that.
The Cardinals, last time they were 3-0, 2006, as mentioned by Tommy Two Guns, won the World Series. The year before that, that was the Pedro Borbon years at Stone, 2003. 85 wins, more than the 2006 World Champion regular season total, but no postseason. They probably would have been like the 2 seed in this current postseason format. 2000, that was a great team. They won 95 games, lost in the NLCS to the Mets. And then this is kind of a random one, 1986, when they ran into the buzzsaw that was the 86 Mets, who won that division by a million games. The Cardinals wound up finishing 79 and 82. But through all these great teams that we have seen around here, bunch of world champions, bunch of division winners, bunch of postseason winners, only 5 times since 1982, but only 3 of the times did it lead to the postseason. With the Cardinals starting 3-0. So it gives you some context on 3-0 starts, because before 86, you got to go back to 1977.
Yeah, I'm sure the Twins left here feeling pretty bad about things. I mean, you'd hate to start that way with 3 straight losses. So the Cardinals have every reason to feel really great about starting the way that they did. 3-0.
They love the fans, not money.
Yep. And yeah, that's even better. That this team does not play for money. They play for the fans.
Doug, tonight down at the old ball yard, it's expected to be sunny, a little cloudy in the St. Louis metropolitan area right now this morning, but 12 hours from now, it's expected to be sunny. However, it's going to be cold, and it'll be around 53 degrees at first pitch.
Yeah.
So Monday night, kids still in school.
Yeah, cold
53
weather.
degrees.
It'll be rough tonight. It'll be rough. There'll be some tickets on Ticketmaster for about $5.
I appreciate the fact we're debating what's the lead, and yet I'm leaving Busch Stadium yesterday, and Brian Bartow, a friend of the show, I'm walking out. He said, tell Jackson I'm ready for some NBA. So the Cardinals PR director is
Pistons getting the big old
big old brawl.
What up, Beef Stew? Pointing at guys he's about to fight. It's outstanding stuff.
Tim, do you like the fact that on the dossier, segment 7-2.
7-2, Doug. That'll be our second segment today here on the Morning After.
The top line in the dossier says, what's the lead? So it's interesting that we would get to that in the second segment, as opposed to the first segment where historically you have the lead.
That is correct. Jackson, what is the thought process on that? Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jackson Burkett.
And
You
by
know
the-
him from Ladue.
By the way, you misspelled lead.
Ooh, this is about to be
here
a
we go.
journalism dunk. No, that's
I like a good journalism dunk.
when you're talking about the lead, like a news lead, LEDE, I believe, is the correct spelling.
Why would
I
that be
think
the
it's a
correct
print
spelling?
journalism thing.
Yeah, it's a print. And
What
I'm,
the
of
hell is
course,
print journalism?
hey,
Print is
easy.
dead.
I was raised on print.
Yeah, it's dead now.
Was that a dunk, Jackson? More like
I just
a
feel like
lay-in?
I got reverse dunked
When
on.
you lead the crowd, you LEAD the crowd.
Right, but when you have a news story lead, it would be LEDE.
That's not even a word.
Doug, you trust the Pointer Institute, correct?
No,
Because
he's about to prove him wrong.
it's not even a word.
Roy Peter Clark in August of 2019. Did you read his column on
No, hell no.
Pointer.com? I am writing this essay. It's an essay on whether or not it's lead, L-E-A-D, or L-E-D-E. To help dispel, or should I say dispel, a preference for L-E-D-E over L-E-A-D to describe the beginning or introduction of a news story. To offer a century of wisdom on the purpose of a good news lead and the way to write one. My interest in these topics was ignited recently when the Pointer website briefly expressed a preference for L-E-D-E, a spelling I had avoided since my arrival in St. Pete
Yes.
in 1977.
You should have.
For me, the spelling has been L-E-A-D.
Yes.
After all, the well-written first sentence leads the reader into the story. In addition, L-E-D-E felt like not jargon, but slang from the same generation as 30 to represent the end of a story, as head, H-E-D, as short for headline. Doug, the Pointer Institute says L-E-A-D.
Yes.
So now you're on board
Yeah,
with
I've always
Pointer.
been a huge fan of the Pointer Institute. This LEDE sounds like an English thing, and I'm tired of the English and it's all this taxation.
Right. Especially without representation.
Right,
man.
Yeah.
I like fun with vernacular, Jackson. I'm good with it. LEDE.
Well, I was raised on print journalism. Print journalism fed my family for years.
And you talked about this a lot around the supper table.
Whenever we had a lead topic.
Did your mom ever yell at you and say 30, meaning that's it, end of discussion?
You haven't seen that? At the bottom of an article, they do 30, meaning you're done.
Tim just said, I'm sorry, I was here, and Tim read something, and he actually mentioned that 30 was code for end of story. So I used that to follow up since you were raised on
raised on print journalism, right?
Yeah, I
No,
apologize.
never used it. It was just avoid my mother on deadline day because she was working hard.
Oh, okay.
But what's the lead today in 7-2 is a good question.
Yeah, what's the answer to said question?
Don't have one.
Yep.
Other than that's kind
Trying to fill out the dossier. Let's just call it what it is.
of, yeah,
But wouldn't what's the lead be the first thing you put on the document?
one would think, but I have little flourishes, some things that make me, and
I like that.
that is one of them. So,
buddy.
if you don't like it, couldn't be sorrier, but it's not going to change.
Timmy doesn't seem that sorry.
Doesn't sound at all, Doug.
You
wish
sounded
you were
kind of
sorrier.
like Jeff Fisher. Don't have one. We'd say, hey, Coach, what about the run defense? Working on it. Don't know yet. Don't really have an answer.
Right, but you can phrase it in a way where you might have an answer.
Maybe you could say, what's the lead of segment 2?
Yeah, what is the lead of segment? The Blues, probably.
for
I'd have to
sure.
guess.
Mark is on the Callier and Thompson
All right.
phone lines, and he wants to talk about your St. Louis Blues 9 straight ending Colorado Avalanche streaks left and right, both their home streak and their 4-game winning streak. Mark, good morning. You are on 101 ESPN.
Hey, good morning, guys. Love the show. Wanted to say first up, I listen to you guys every morning getting to work and really appreciate it. Love the banter and all that stuff. You guys do great. I was just calling with a unpopular thing probably. I got some friends at work who still agree, but I think the Blues missed a golden opportunity. Benner's stock went through the roof. I think Hofer is probably the best puck-handling goalie in the league, and he's ready to get stuff going. He's the future. We could have gotten a first-round pick with Benner. Love him to death. Gave us the cup in 2019. No one can contest Game 7. I mean, he stood on his head. I love him to death. But get another first-round pick with the talent we got. Give that responsibility to Hofer and let him take it and get into playoffs here and get some great experience with his shoulders, riding on that. I just think we missed a golden opportunity.
So for the purpose of clarity, you're looking back on the trade deadline and wishing the Blues would have traded Jordan Binnington?
Absolutely. I kept thinking it the whole time, hoping they could get something and get him to another team that's making a run because, he was just through the roof in stock after 4 Nations and playing so well. I just thought it was a golden opportunity. You guys talked about it before. I remember Doug getting criticized kind of a little bit some mornings, too, at mentioning maybe trading him, if I remember correctly. And I was in full agreement. I just thought it was a good conversation for the show.
But has it changed your opinion? Apparently not. Over the last few weeks with a team that's played this well against all types of opponents, wouldn't you argue that if you are going to make any kind of run in this moment, you'd still need Binnington?
I think it's still worth the risk because Hofer is the future. The guy is awesome. I know Benner is great, and we owe him everything for that cup. I just thought you could have got a first-round pick, actually, for Benner there, was my point. We finally could have gotten it with this stock through the roof. You still could have made a great run. And remember, this team's wanting to make a run for many years now, the way that, Army's building this team. And it would have been a heck of an experience for Hofer to just be the lead guy. And I think he would have stepped up to the occasion. That guy is amazing, too.
I think it's interesting that you're holding on to this even through. I think most people that had felt that way would have shifted by now and said, you know what? I'm glad they kept him. This team looks like it has a little mojo. Monty talked about it in Denver on Saturday and said there's something going on here. You can feel it. But I like somebody who holds on to their position, Tim, and is willing to drive off a bridge with it?
Yeah, Mark, as you might imagine, the text inbox isn't necessarily supportive of your opinion. Does that alter any of your thought?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. Who doesn't support the opinion?
The text inbox
Our listeners. Our listeners who write.
A portion of the...
Yeah.
Totally expected that. Totally expected the wonderful clientele that call into your show that I actually really appreciate and find entertaining. But no, I'm still with it. I got a couple of friends at work who agree. I think that it was an opportunity. We're going to have a hell of a run with Benner the way he's so hot. I mean, you never know what's going to happen. I'm not doubting all that. I'm just saying we had an opportunity for another first-round pick, I think, and Hofer's ready for it. What a great experience for him to let him lead us in this way. I don't think it would have dismantled the run either. I think that young man is one of the fiercest goalie competitors I've seen. I love the way he plays in the crease and outside of it, handling the puck.
I would imagine the Blues front office had this same conversation about 2 months ago and decided to hang on to Bennington, and now they're probably happy that they did.
Yeah.
Mark, can I
I agree with you.
Can I share one with you? And that did made me laugh. Bleach is too good for this guy. That's a little harsh, but it's
too
a little
hard.
Doug, it's a little comical.
Okay.
It's rare to have a sponsor get involved, but Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour, Doug, you know him from Evergreen
I
Wealth
do know him,
Strategies.
yeah.
He says, Clorox.
Oh, no.
Gosh. It's okay to have an opposing view or a controversial take. That's fine.
And I like the
Not on the
fact
phone lines.
Mark is level-headed. Doesn't seem to be doing like a Woody Page column just to kind of be
Woody
oppo.
Page column.
He's not trying to just stir it up for the sake of stirring. He's holding firm to his opinion, Doug.
Yeah, well,
And if you bow out in the first round, you could look back and say, well, maybe we should.
I guess you could. I was of the similar opinion that he's got a couple months ago, but things have changed so drastically that now it looks like you really do have a shot to do something this year. So I guess they made the right decision in hanging on to him.
Doug, I'm going to text Army. Do you wish you had traded Benner
I'm not sure I'd do that.
deadline? Happy
If you've got a frontline goalie like Bennington, it's pretty hard to ever deal him. Even if you get a first-round pick, you don't know what you're getting, really, and you won't know for a couple years. It's hard to part with a frontline goalie who's won a Stanley Cup for you.
Absolutely. I agree with you guys. I just thought it'd be a good conversation starter. And Army might not have
Jackson
ever gotten that
Burkett.
offer for a first round.
Yeah, it's true. We don't know what they would have offered because he does make a ton of money.
That's a key part of it. That is a key part of it. There is a really good piece. Thank you, Mark, for the call. And I'll read some of the text here momentarily. There's a really good column in The Athletic this morning from Pierre LeBrun, how the Blues became the NHL's hottest team after nearly selling at the deadline. Quote, everything could be different. It's a detailed story from Pierre LeBrun on what took place leading up to the trade deadline. And if you recall, coming out of the Four Nations, we had Doug Armstrong on the show when they were getting ready to play the United States, him a part of Canada's management. And he said, essentially saying we're planning on being sellers unless things change, because they were playing Winnipeg in Colorado, and they lost that lead late against Winnipeg and only picked up 1 point coming out of Four Nations, and it was like, well, whatever, they're going to sell. I do think they had conversations with Schenn about going at the deadline. Schenn did not want to go, and I do think had the Blues spiraled coming out of the Four Nations, I think they would have considered Jordan Binnington and trading him. I don't believe that a first-round pick would have been out there for him, and I think that's an important part of any conversation that we would have regarding Jordan Binnington. I think Mark, however, is in the minority talking about that at this point. The key from my standpoint is, did he change his mind? And obviously he didn't, unless the asking price was just too high when Parayko got hurt, and those 24 hours or so before they found out what to do with the Blues trade deadline, when Parayko was announced that he was going to be out for essentially the regular season. That was the bad beat because they had been playing so well.
Mm-hmm. And Bennington has been a huge part of the turnaround. Last 3 games, he's given up 1 goal in each of the last 3 games. He's shown in the past when he gets super hot, he can win this baby. He's done it before, and you got a goalie on this kind of ride. I don't think that you're going to part with him.
Doug, Carlos Spicy Wiener, you say, is going to go into the TMA Hall of Fame, and that's going to be a magical night when he does. He says Mark may need to get a new weed guy based on what he's smoking. Otherwise, playing Frogger on I-270 might be a good idea right now.
Oh, that's rough.
That's Carlos Spicy Wiener.
And Frogger, again, is where is that just leapfrog?
You try to, it's like
Dodge
you're
vehicles.
crossing a street and you got a Dodge vehicle and there's like medians or lily pads
The
that you
frog
jump on.
itself, was that
I
1983
don't know
when
the
Frogger
years.
came
I
out?
don't know the years, Tim.
Was dodging logs, if
Yeah.
I'm not mistaken.
You could ride
Different-
the log.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
could. Reverse cowgirl. That's
Forest
correct.
debris of some sort.
Decent take, trash timing. Hofer may be the future, but we be living in the present. You're not the smartest guy in the room, bro. Stop trying so hard.
Oh.
Bleach this Vaughn apologist. Anyways, congrats on inexplicably winning Listener of the Month. Thanks and hashtag free Burke. It's from #1 Asian intern Brian Henson. Listen to me on Mr. Martin's channel tonight for an exclusive Colts update featuring one Doug Vaughn. So Brian Henson and Doug are your guests tonight on the Colts
Is
on
that
Channel
right?
2?
I hadn't heard that yet.
Doug, you didn't know that?
How do you think your producers react if you were doing a Colts inside report with Doug and Brian Henson?
They'd scan the rundown and I'm sorry, what?
My
I think-
secretary keeps my schedule, and she has not told me yet that I'm appearing on Channel 2 tonight.
Maybe soon. I think Mark called in because we referenced Jackson's dossier that had a lead in the second segment, and he thought he was kind of directing the show and helping.
He kind of sounded like Ray Liotta's voiceover in Goodfellas, which
Wow,
is
so specific.
more nasally than his actual performance in the movie. He
That's
sounds
actually accurate.
he talks out of his nose in the voiceover.
What's
but in
that
the movie-
about?
I don't know. It was out of respect.
Out of respect.
Well, when the kids carried his groceries home.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I would be quite sure that that the Blues had that same conversation about Bennington a couple months ago. And now when they sit down together, they probably say, whew, aren't you happy that we didn't make that move?
No, you win the cup, then you trade him, Doug.
Right.
Right after the parade. Mm-hmm. No, it's a reasonable.
During the parade.
It was a reasonable thought. It was a real topic. It just it feels a little wet blanket on a day when we're talking about a 9-game winning streak. Can we just enjoy the winning streak?
I would support everyone if you were not watching it live on Saturday. But were you watching the end of the Blues and Avalanche on Saturday? Anybody?
I did, yeah.
No, you were. Martin, you
I was
were.
watching with my mom, and
Oh, wow, how about
she
that?
she appeared to be like
Colorado win.
she was in a panic, like, oh, when they were shooting at the
Yes.
end. And I was screaming, homage to producer Dave, who does this at work, even while you're trying to type. He'll say, get it out! Get it out! When he wants the puck out, he just screams.
It's like they can't think of that.
Get it out!
Jackson, I'm pretty confident I don't need to ask you.
Missed it.
Chairman Kurt, were you watching it live? Ladies and gentlemen, this is Chairman Kurt. He handles the Collier and Thompson phone lines where Mark called in.
No.
No, okay.
Oh,
It felt like the end of a playoff game / playoff series. It was so intense. You have two of the best players in the game out there together in McKernan and McCarr. Some, unfortunately, have confused Cale McCarr with Cole Kmet. Jackson's raising his hand if you're watching on YouTube. And you're just going, oh, my God. On top of it, the Blues couldn't get off the ice, so the guys are exhausted. They're just throwing themselves at the puck. It was a rush. For a team, in the case of Colorado, that, theoretically, they could, still catch Winnipeg. It's highly unlikely. They're pretty much locked into that 2-3 matchup, which will be a hell of a matchup between the Stars and the Avalanche. And the Blues are out there battling. They're trying to win 9 straight. It was a hell of a series of, 2 minutes in which the Blues are withstanding it, and they're able to do it. And the thing about it that stands out to me, over the course of the 9-game winning streak, there have been some good wins, and to beat a team 3 times in, 9 days, as they did with Nashville, to do it without Buchnevich, always we talk about, or I do anyway, the fact that Parayko hasn't been around for almost all of this, going back to February and that injury against the Kings, or I guess early March. But specifically to beat that team, which could wind up lifting the Stanley Cup in a month and a half in their building in the midst of an 11-game home winning streak, that is a hell of a win. You can't say that was against the Blackhawks or the Predators. That's against a team that is going to be in the mix. At the very least, they, of course, could go out against the Stars, but, the Stars will be in the mix for the Stanley Cup. The Stars are actually the favorite to win the Stanley Cup right now, surprisingly. That's a hell of a win. In their building, It's always tough to win in that building, and that was a hell of a win. Plus, the way the game was played, it felt like a playoff game.
And you're in panic mode watching that, yet if Colorado had scored, you'd still be going to overtime. You'd still have picked up a point. It would have been huge. It would have been deflating. But it wasn't the end of the world, but it did feel that way. Yeah. In those final seconds, like, oh, get it out. Oh, my God. Oh, they're going to score. I know they're going to score. And there was this unbelievable relief. And you saw people flying all over the place. They've been doing this deal where Thomas and Sundquist are together late in games to kind of shut it down defensively. It's smart. It's like when Ollie puts in Siani, it's defensive help. And all of a sudden now in hockey, you're seeing a guy like Kyrou. Maybe he's not out there as much at the end because you're going with the better defenders.
I can't hardly believe what I've been watching the last few weeks. Because this was a team really going absolutely nowhere early in the season. And now you look at them and you go, this looks like a team of all-stars. Everybody they put out there is playing well. Everybody. They've given up as many as 3 goals only one time in the last 9 games. And if you give up 1 or 2 goals, you almost always win, and that's exactly what's happening. They don't give up anything, and at the same time, their offense is clicking like it hasn't all year.
It's unreal. And had this not happened, which of course is probably trending in the 90 percentile from a likelihood standpoint after the 4 nations, had it not happened, what's about to happen in 2.5 hours would be the lead story, and that's Jimmy Snuggerud on the ice with the Blues for the first time. Instead, it's like, wow, that's exciting. What are they going to do? Because you don't really want to mess with it. And Jim Montgomery has kind of indicated he doesn't want to mess with what has gotten them there. Ideally, they get to a spot, and it certainly is trending in that direction, that they may be able to get him some time out there, but in games that surprisingly may not matter. It's not a lock. But Vancouver lost yesterday, and Doug, you love money puck, and the Blues are now at 88.4% to make the playoffs. Their percentage is actually higher than the Wild, who have a game in hand on the Blues, but they're tied with the same point total. Calgary's down to 15%. Vancouver's down to under 10% at 9.7%. And Utah is hovering at 0.7%. So you might get to see Jimmy Snuggerud in games that don't matter, except in something that we never could have foreseen, including Doug Armstrong, who was getting ready to sell right here when he was on our show during the 4 Nations. You could see Jimmy Snuggerud playing in games that don't matter, except the Blues will be getting ready for the playoffs, and that's why the games won't matter. Or maybe they do matter, and they're trying to edge out Minnesota to get that 7th spot. We welcome you to get involved in the program. 314-974-0101. That's how you can call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines. You're also welcome to text in 314-399-9646. And, of course, the YouTube chat, which is very active in the early going on the program today. 250 people in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. Jackson, now let the people know what the Stiefel dossier looks like today.
We'll have Chris Kerber on 8:15 talking about this very win streak for the Blue Note. And then Brad Thompson will join us. I think 9:30 is the time for old BT, talking about the Cardinals on their way to 162-0.
Wow.
Design, air, heating, cooling email today, and a lot of fun audio and topics to explore.
There you go. It's coming your way. Plus, TMA Walrus number 1 is on hold, and he ran into Youngry. So we got that coming up.
Okay.
So TMA Walrus number 1 has a Youngry story. I don't know what that is, but I'm anxious to hear it. That's coming up next. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Tommy Bizzo. Texas Tech's last 2 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Oof.
How far ahead were they? They were like 10 points up with 3 minutes to go.
Yeah. Well, Walter Clayton is hitting
He doesn't
literally
miss.
everything.
In the last couple minutes, he does not miss.
Pride of Iona.
Crazy.
I don't know. You probably were watching that, though, Jackson, weren't you?
Yes.
You were not watching the Blues and Avalanche. You were watching Texas Tech and Florida.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gosh.
So
Do it again.
So painful to hear.
speaking to the caliber of my social calendar, I was watching both on a Saturday afternoon / evening, and was watching the Texas Tech Florida game. And I said to my wife, and it's when they were up 10, I go, God, Florida's only plus 260. I'm like, it's like they knew. It got up to plus 500. And then they were down 3, and she goes, "Did you bet it or not? For as much as you talk about it, like, I didn't bet it."
Sounds like a listener.
Yeah, exactly right. She's on the fan page, and sure enough, it's like Texas Tech knew they were going to lose. They missed the front end of 2 1-on-1s.
Yeah.
That's brutal. I'm asking you this: would you rather be what Missouri did out against Drake in the first round, or Texas Tech 2 minutes away from a Final Four, up 9 points, and to piss the bed like that?
In the moment, I would have rather been like Missouri and just lose early to a lesser team. I think given 24 to 48 hours to reflect on it, I would have taken Texas Tech's kind of journey. But yeah, in the moment, that might have ended me, especially because of the missing 1-on-1s. Like, that is,
Am I off the mark? But this has been an NCAA tournament. It's not a complaint. It's the first time since 2008 you have all number 4 1 seeds in the Final Four without many buzzer beaters. I mean, the games this weekend, minus that one, didn't have a whole lot going on.
yeah. The
guy who walked?
Derek Queen, but the end of that Houston...
Yeah, that's
3
it.
steps. Took 3 steps.
The end of that Houston game where the inbounds play, where they fired in, that was like a last second, wasn't buzzer beater.
I'm sorry, I'm talking about the Elite 8 games. That's a Sweet 16 game with
Got it.
Purdue.
Yeah. Yeah. Really, not even like a lot of games where like you hit a shot with 2 seconds left.
Just overall throughout the tournament, but then the Final Four games minus that. And Florida's very fortunate, 2 of their last 3 games. But when it comes to Auburn, and when it comes to Duke in particular, my God, I remember busting your balls when you said Cooper Flagg being out, they might not be able to, do a damn thing. I mean, they're much more than Cooper Flagg.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's just a lack of him being like a Leitner-like figure who's been around forever, who doesn't have the same Q rating with fans. But that team, I had a buddy, I was telling Jackson and I were hanging out yesterday afternoon, and I read this text from a friend of mine who played basketball at Wake Forest, and another buddy in a group chat goes, "I'm in this NCAA tournament survivor pool. I'm going to go with Alabama." And he jumped in and he goes, "Don't do it. Duke's going to beat the hell out of him." And he went through 5 reasons. And I'm like, this guy played in the ACC. I think he might know what he's talking about. And sure enough, everything he said was exactly what they had. And they did it. And then they held Alabama to 65 points, holding Alabama to 65
yeah, that's
points.
Unbelievable.
You kidding me?
That team scored 113 against BYU.
I mean, holy crap. It was just executed so beautifully. I don't know. I'd be very. I picked Houston. I mean, outside of my Missouri and on spread zone, I picked Houston to win this whole thing. I just don't know how somebody's going to beat Duke. But if somebody's going to do it, it would probably be from that other side of the bracket. Don't know who to pick out of those 2. Who would you pick, Jackson?
Florida, and I think that last 4 minutes is proof because they offensive rebound so well. Like they can kill you on the glass. And when you have a guy like Walter Clayton who's playing as well as anybody I've seen in the tournament in, I don't know, a decade, yeah, I'm rocking with it.
Youngry story on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, this is TMA Walrus number 1.
Okay.
You're on 101 ESPN, TMA Walrus number 1. Good morning.
What's up, boys? How are you all doing?
Hello, Walrus.
Hey, so Friday afternoon, I was over at Barquet.
You're over where?
Doug,
you were over where?
You broke up. Where were you Friday?
I was at Bar K, Doug. Calm down.
Bar K.
It's
Where's
about
Bar
as
K?
audible as our Bernie Federico call on Thursday.
Where is Bar K?
It's on Kings Highway, south of Barnes.
Is that the dog place? The Bark
Yes.
K is Bark, Doug. It's kind of a
okay.
cutesy way of saying bring your dog and have a beer.
All right.
Right, basically.
Okay.
Anyway, sorry. You got to explain these things for the old people.
Okay, knock it off, Morris.
So anyway, I'm sitting there with my Cardinal shirt on, and an older lady comes up to me, and we're talking about opening day, and she said, "Yeah, Victor Scott was on a podcast, and he was trying to say young and hungry, but he said youngry." I said, "Yeah, I heard about that too." I said, "But it's only like they've been on for 20 years, but it's all right, lady."
All right.
So I try to give you
Another old.
yeah. But I was like, my God, this thing is like really taking off with people around St. Louis. It's crazy.
Okay, that's the whole point of the story?
Sorry, Doug.
Okay, no, it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. Glad you heard that and passed it along.
Hey,
Thank
real
you.
quick, Walsh, you think they should have traded Benner back at the deadline? Poll question.
Anyway, good to hear from you guys.
That was a nice story. Thank you.
Thank you, TMA Walrus
Okay.
number one.
I'm sorry. What was worse, the connection or the take? I'm sorry.
I don't know.
He's trying to share with us that Youngry is emerging, and yet it's still not credited back to the show.
Which is appreciated. But the call, the intent of the call, the execution
intent of
fell
the call.
flat.
It just had a bad connection, unfortunately.
Well, it happens.
Kind of made me miss
Happens.
Mark's call.
Bleach now. Thanks. That's from the Maplewood Mud Muffler.
I don't know.
Wow, great story. That's from the 314. This story might have been interesting had it been told by anyone other than this douche.
Oh.
Bleach him. That's from John Lithgow's Harry Henderson.
Oh, look at that. Look at this. Look at that.
So unfortunate because Doug TMA Walrus number one is a kind gentleman.
He is.
Special
yes.
spirit.
And we
He is a
enjoy when
special
people
spirit,
call.
but he just had a connection that just wasn't optimal. We have a developing situation with your St. Louis Blues. Not only do you have the Youngry Birds, but you got the St. Louis Blues. In 2019, Doug, there was Gloria. In 2025, Jobu. Now, he's been given a locker in the Blues room since the Four Nations. And, of course, that's when they started the heater. And Matthew DeFranks of the Post-Dispatch had this interaction with Jordan Binnington following the game on Saturday at Ball Arena in Denver.
All right.
Yeah, Jobu's second intermission speech got us going, I think.
I mean, he tends to give inspirational speeches.
Yeah, he brought a vocal element to the room, for sure.
What did he say?
That's, you got to understand his language if you want to know what he says.
Doug, Jobu the statue.
Kind of losing it now.
No.
Jobu the statue gave an inspirational speech.
Okay.
Matthew DeFranks of the Post-Dispatch asked what he said, and he was told you have to speak his language to understand what he said. So what Jobu said, the little statue in the room, is, at this point, classified information to the public.
Oh, we didn't say anything about Bennington should have been traded at the deadline.
I love that because Binnington, when he first arrived, would have a lot of back and forth with Jim Thomas, like good banter where, remember they're like, do I look nervous?
Yes.
There were all these great lines that came out of it. And in the last couple of years, I felt Binnington kind of scaled it back. I even said at one point to him, hey, are you? And he's like, no, I'm just giving answers. Not the same without Jim. But I felt like this was a sign we're getting kind of that edgy, weird Benner back. I mean, Nolan Gorman got his eye back. I think Binnington kind of got his sass back, and I like it.
Yeah, agreed.
Weird is good.
I still miss Gloria. The whole fan base could join in with that.
What about Jobu? What about Jobu?
Well, the fan base can't do anything with that.
There's that music that's played when like that scene is going on.
There's a Jobu score from 1989's Major League with Tom Berenger, the University of Missouri Alpha Tau Omega.
Yeah, there's not. I don't believe there's lyrics to it. I can try to find it.
Yeah,
but it's
Jobu's
good.
score.
Yeah, but I think it's something.
Guys, do the Blues trip balls during the game now? Is that why they're winning? That's from the 618.
It could be. This seems a little obscure, but whatever works.
Do we know when Jobu arrived on the scene? I'd like to.
Four Nations.
That's when it was?
Yeah. That's why it's significant. I have no idea the how, I just know that he was given, there is a little nameplate in there, Jobu, and then Jobu is above it, and now Jordan Binnington said he gave an inspirational speech in the second period.
So they added it coming out of the break?
Yes.
That's when they brought in
Yes.
Jobu? Well, then you can't deny its power.
It's got some
Doug,
power,
you
I
can
guess.
try, but...
Well...
Too bad the Blues run won't lead to a sellout because people are scared to go downtown. Am I right, Doug? That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood, who says the games will be lightly attended because of downtown.
No, they'll go if big games, playoff games, a team's moving like the Blues are right now. Yeah, fans will show up.
You're saying if it's a toss-up, they can work against a team.
Yeah, if the Cardinals get going and get red hot, yeah, they'll have packed stadium again.
Gerbil is on the line? Is this the tunneling gerbil or just a gerbil?
He didn't make any reference to doing any tunneling or anything.
So, Doug, just for now, he is a gerbil. A gerbil is on the Calgary and Thompson
Random
phone.
generic gerbil.
I am currently not tunneling, but yes, formerly tunneling gerbil.
Okay.
Tim, I have a little nugget for you.
Nuggets from gerbils.
I was watching YouTube, and go back to roughly about 2000. Will you? I don't know.
Doug, will you go back to 2000?
No, I don't want to.
Bam!
David Beckham, international superstar, soccer player of one of the highest caliber, cuts his hair to, I guess, upset Sir Alex Ferguson of Manchester United back then. So he tries to keep it a secret. He gets his hair cut, comes off the bus, and he's trying to hide his hair. What cap is he wearing? He is wearing the Navy Cardinals cap. That cap has international pull. That cap needs to come back. The Cardinals were winning World Series in the early 2000s. David Beckham knew it. Everybody knows it. Please bring back that Navy cap.
Amen. Boy, this is a gerbil I can get on board with.
Is it really?
Thank you, gerbil.
Okay.
I could not agree more. As the Cardinals were sweeping the Twins yesterday, and I was visualizing that Cardinal-Yankee World Series I've longed to see throughout my lifetime, and the Cardinals playing in the Bronx in late October, early November. The idea of the Cardinals wearing the red hats, it makes me not want to see it.
Really?
And have the Cardinals lose to the Marlins in that NLCS.
You're that violently opposed to the red hats on the road.
It's next to the Ty Wigington contract and the Mike Leake contract and the Brett Cecil contract and the Dexter Fowler contract.
Yeah,
it's
Matt Carpenter there at the end.
It's the biggest mistake the organization has made in the last 13 years.
All right.
Players don't ask to be overpaid in our city.
No, so if they are overpaid, it's on management. It's not on the players. They simply don't ask. If they are overpaid, you could have tax problems. And if you have tax problems, what do? Well, you call Mark Milton. That's what you do. Maybe you have years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night, or you could even be facing an IRS criminal investigation. And that is serious stuff, and you need someone on your side when that happens. And that, of course, would be Mark Milton, the STL tax lawyer. He is at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Please don't be sucked into the out-of-town tax resolution groups you hear about on TV and radio. Mark is right here in St. Louis. He helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. So if you have any kind of IRS issue, contact Mark Milton, longtime friend of the show, at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, no, I am not guilty. I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
From Possible Burner, that was a pretty good call. Nonetheless, bleach him.
Oh.
It doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
Gerbil is now a Hall of Famer. Also, Jackson was right. The Twins jerseys are so bad. That's from Eric in the Central West End. You have found common ground with one of your nemeses.
Yeah, I can't get over it. It's just they've taken all the soul out of the Twins uniform. That hat is even weaker than ever.
Overthought the uniforms.
But it's oversimplified. Give it a little character. Such a winning color scheme, talking about the Navy road cap. Navy and red works. Absolutely works. And the M, it's the TC logo, not this weak.
It's the Marlins.
It is the Marlins logo.
Bad.
It really is.
It's bad. But like
before the Marlins went back to the F.
Yeah, right. It's like but it's the sterile, like corporate version of it. Oh, it's awful.
in their alternate jerseys, I should say, what they appeared in the major leagues with. And, Doug, that was with Orestes Estrada at first, and Charlie Huff started their first game. Am I right on that?
I believe so.
I make my husband wear the Navy Cardinal cap and sit in the bullpen in our bedroom as I ride my Sibian and mouthify an Enterprise intern. Bring those caps back. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
Gosh.
So she is in support of it as well.
Where's the bullpen in the bedroom? Is that like a walk-in closet?
Probably so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You put your clothes on, you warm up a little bit, you stretch out a little bit.
Sometimes those hotels have those little extra chairs.
Sometimes,
you know, who knows what goes on in those things. Or the little
What
benches.
do you mean by that? You can't just sit in the chair?
I think there's a reason they're pointing towards the bed.
Doug, do you ever...
That's what I have to say.
You done a thesis on this?
This is a master's thesis from the University of Missouri.
This is something that's been explored on the internet for a while now. There's whole TikTok accounts dedicated to like rating. Well, it can only be described as the cuck chair in a hotel room.
Doug, you follow the TikTok cuck chair accounts?
Well, what else would you put in that?
Well, sometimes they're a little bench in front of the bed, and if you remember the dinner party episode of The Office, that's where Michael Scott slept. Was on the little bench in front of the
Remember that, Doug?
No, I don't.
Yeah, it's tough.
No, I don't remember
Good
that.
Good TV though.
Okay, you never sit on the chair there in the hotel room?
Not while someone's in the bed.
You sleep on the bed, don't you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I know.
Well, how is that any different than what might go on
I'm just
in the
wondering
chair?
if that might be considered the bullpen. I want to know where the bullpen in the lady's bedroom is.
Self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom will probably call in and give us her answer.
Doubt it.
314-974-0101. Doug, the New York Yankees are enjoying new bats. Mm-hmm. There's an MIT physicist behind them. The question is, will they continue to be allowed in Major League Baseball? The Yankees hit back-to-back home runs to start their game against former teammate Nestor Cortez, and now Major League Baseball may have a situation on its hands. We will tell you why. Chris Kerber at 8:15, Brad Thompson 9:45, Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming your way at 10:50. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. The forecast, I got to tell you, Doug, I've been talking about great forecasts here for the last month or so. A little rough. We got temperatures that are pretty cool, and precipitation in the forecast Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and high percentages of precipitation as well. And then even when it clears up, it is a high of 50 a week from today. That is your forecast in the St. Louis area. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. And I have been, and I'm thrilled about Seth Goldcamp and his staff. Need help with your HVAC? Go to designairservice.com. The program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan here for Aesthetic Design and Build. As the weather warms up and we enter April, you start to plan on spending more time outside. Well, plan on doing so with the fully customized decks that Aesthetic Design and Build can build for you. You can check them out online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com, or do what I did and check out their showroom in Chesterfield Valley, where they walk me through all the different types of custom work that they are capable of doing. The custom decks they can do for people, second to none in the St. Louis area. That is Dan and his team, who I have gotten to know. You can give them a call. It's 636-532-5008, or you can visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way. As the weather warms up, work with Aesthetic Design and Build to make sure your outdoor living space is as good as it possibly can be, and that's where Aesthetic Design and Build comes into play. Go online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. Driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex, the Blue Note extend their winning streak to 9 games with a road victory over the Colorado Avalanche, score of 2-1. The Blues are off today, but are looking forward to a home game tomorrow against the Detroit Red Wings. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame will start at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update. Driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Look out now, these baby birds gonna fly. First place by mid-July. All the haters be singing their tune. They'll be playing in October when you're on your pontoon. They're young.
Victor Scott not on board, but Victor Scott went yard yesterday as he is also off to a hot start, just like these Youngry birds.
He's got 2 home runs and 3 or 4 stolen bases already. I drafted him in fantasy baseball, had him on the bench for a couple of those games. I learned my lesson.
So he's going to start no matter what now.
Yep.
He almost apologized in the postgame for the home run. He's like, I'm not trying to do that.
He says it's a mistake anytime he hits a home run. He has one home run, by the way, but nonetheless.
another one.
The Cardinals have 5 guys with home runs so far, all with 1. Newt Barr, Pages, Gorman, Arenado, and Victor Scott.
And 3 stolen bases already.
That's correct. He only got a steal base so far for the Cardinals. Cardinals and Angels tonight. Miles Michaelis on the mound for the Cardinals. In New York, they went a raking, and not the Yankees themselves, but the bats are the story. They won 20-9 on Saturday and started off the game against their former teammate Nestor Cortez with back-to-back-to-back home runs. And then the attention of the torpedo bat was paid by baseball fans who were not familiar with it. The uniquely shaped lumber is the result of 2 years of research and experimentation with a former MIT physicist turned coach at the helm. The question at its center, where are you trying to hit the ball? Aaron Lenhart said in a phone interview on Sunday, where are you trying to make contact? This from a story in The Athletic. Lenhart began his career where he was a member of the Yankees minor league hitting department in 2022 and brought it to the major leagues last season when he was the team's lead analyst with some players, including shortstop Anthony Volpe, trying them in games. Now, as many as 5 Yankees will be using them in games at least early in the season, according to Cody Bellinger. The bats, with their torpedo-like shape, are custom-made to player preferences and are designed so that the densest part of the bat is where that particular hitter most often makes contact with the baseball. And so people are going, are these things illegal? Major League Baseball spokesman told The Athletic that the bats do not break any rules. The MLB rule that people may be citing states that a bat, quote, shall be a smooth, round stick, not more than 2.61 inches in diameter at the thickest part and not more than 42 inches in length. The bat shall be one piece of solid wood. It also says that experimental bats cannot be used until the manufacturer has secured approval from MLB of his design and methods of manufacture. Asked whether he was the inventor of the technology, Lenhart said it was a group effort. The results coming from conversations with coaches, players, MLB, and bat makers. So there is the background on the torpedo bat, which for many players, they have moved the densest part from what was used to be known as the sweet spot toward the end of the bat, more toward the handle. That's what's going on
more
in the
towards
Bronx.
a label right there in the middle. Yeah. But you did read one sentence where it said experimental bats have to be approved. I wonder if this would qualify as an experimental bat.
Well, they worked with MLB on it, per the story.
Yeah.
Through 3 games, the Yankees have 34 hits. Their batting average as a team is .333.
Nice.
Their OPS is 1,231, and they have 82 total bases.
Well, no matter what bat you're up there with, you still got to hit the ball. You still got to catch up to a 90-plus mile-an-hour fastball. I would say let them go. The game needs more offense, not less. If you found something that's going to help without injecting steroids into your bloodstream, I'd say go for it.
And this is the perfect example. Every team's got a nerd lab where they're trying to get an edge. It used to just be analytics, so why not, right? If you can get an edge. We joked when they're in Jupiter, they're going to build all these new offices, and that'd be the 3-0 think tank where the count's 3-0. That'd be the 2-1 lab. But it is kind of where the game is at. So you get an MIT guy, it's like, hey, guys, I got a bad idea. Like, players are weird, though. I'm surprised that they would take to it. So they're very finicky about their gear. I also noticed Goldschmidt leads off for the Yankees. That's a bizarre spot for him, isn't it?
If not him, it's their catcher, Wells, who's the leadoff hitter. That's even crazier.
Is he a member of the Prime Ministers?
It was last year. Goldschmidt is. Yeah, I got Goldschmidt.
So you're pleased with that, then?
I'm pleased, yeah. He's going to get a lot of at-bats.
Most home runs in the first 3 games of a season. 3 teams that expected to be in the playoffs in the case of the 2025 Yankees, but the most, they've hit 14 so far in 3 games. The 2006 Tigers, who may have won the World Series had they ever practiced fielding bunts, they hit 15 home runs in the first 3 games of the season. And that is the all-time record. The 2019 Dodgers with 13, so there you go.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure these guys must have used the bats throughout spring training and loved them. So they said, yeah, let's go with it.
It's definitely not just the Yankees. I think we're going to see more people. It's legal. It's under MLB rules and everything. Just basically moving the sweet spot down. Those balls that you're getting jammed on are finding some barrels now. That's from Angels infielder Nicky Lopez talking about it.
Okay. Yeah.
You had Manny Machado saying, send some over here.
Did you hear that? I was watching last night. It's funny. I was just going to say that. They had him on with Ravitch and the crew, and they said, what do you know about the composite? As they were asking, I'm thinking, what if he doesn't know? And he kind of said, yeah, I don't know a lot about it, but send some over here.
Yeah, could use some.
I bet every team in baseball is looking into it today.
Oh, my God. Yeah, they were probably looking into it after they lit Nestor Cortez ablaze.
I wonder
that poor guy, his last, 5 at-bats has been Freddie Freeman launching one off of him. I think he pitched in, 1 later game, and then just an absolutely awful start in the Bronx.
I wonder if you could get a patent on that bat.
I don't see why not.
Well, Eric Gagne, you remember him with the Dodgers, former closer. Veteran Phillies hitter said a bat manufacturing company named B45, which is headed up by Gagne, brought a model with similar weight distribution of the torpedo bat to their camp in spring training. He wrote it off as a fad at the time. But then he called his bat guy after the Yankees outburst on Saturday. From Taylor Ward, who is in St. Louis now with the Angels, quote, I think it's really smart. It makes sense where guys constantly hit the ball in the bat. I think it's an amazing discovery. If a study revealed that this new bat worked best for his contact tendencies, Ward said he, quote, would absolutely listen and consider adjusting what I swing for sure.
Oh, I'm sure they'll go for anything that is going to improve their game at all. And there's millions of dollars in it for them if they perform a little bit better for that next contract. So I imagine by the end of the year, it could be that every hitter in baseball might be using this thing.
Buster Olney said that the Braves already put in an order for some of those torpedo bats.
I bet every team will, sooner or later.
There's pictures online of Ryan Jeffers using his torpedo bat as the Twins catcher. But we're a little more distracted by their logo.
It's so weak.
I guess it's out there.
It doesn't really look... You wouldn't hardly notice it unless somebody told you about it. I think as a fan, if you're in the stands, you wouldn't look at the bat and say, boy, that's a weird-looking bat. But when you get up close to look at it, you can see it's a little bit different shaped.
Yeah.
These bats are going to get a pitcher killed. That's from Monty Kessler in the YouTube chat. That's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, Doug.
Well, I don't know if... I saw where Nootbaar hit a ball the other day, 110, 111 miles an hour off the bat, and he's not using one of these. I think if you have a regular bat and you hit it right on the sweet spot, it's going to go probably just as hard as this.
If you're Youngry.
You'd have to be Youngry to do that.
Big Scott also says he's a hit collector. They're all talking about Brownie, Doug. We missed the story in
Brant
Jupiter.
Brown.
They're all talking
They
about
are raving
Brant
about
Brown.
Brant Brown, the hitting coach.
Every player yesterday was talking about their approach, their whole mindset, and it all goes back to Brownie. And Brant Brown was let go in Seattle after, I think, 1 year. He was with Schumacher in Miami, so I assume they had a little bit of intel from Skip about him. But the biggest supporter, I guess, was Albert Pujols, who was only with the Dodgers for a little while, but Brown had been in with L.A. for like 5 years, and Pujols and Oli Marmol are pretty tight. And I guess Albert gave a ringing endorsement for Brant Brown to come in and sort of change it up as the Cardinals hitting coach. Because we've talked about their offense being just terrible for years. And people came and went, and it was still an issue, and guys would underachieve. And it's only 3 games, but maybe they've stumbled into something.
We would see him at spring training. He was out there early.
Brownie?
Yeah, working. He was out there before we were ever even
He and Doty were the first on the scene.
They were.
Day.
It was him and Doty.
Brownie and Doty.
Chris Kerber going to join us coming up here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Then Brad Thompson at 9:45. There's your Stiefel dossier. In addition to the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day, you can email in to compete the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And then tomorrow, Jackson will begin entering names per request, Doug, into the text inbox. So if you don't have a name, Jackson will enter your name. Do you dread the first week of the month now because of all the tasks?
No. I mean, that's just part of the gig. And I like people to feel more connected to this program, and certainly having a text name is a part of that.
Sure.
So I look forward to it, but, just be gentle, is what I'll say.
Be gentle.
Some people are rough with you.
Well, they send in just a name that's in such bad taste, and I won't change it to that.
Doug, this show has always been the moral compass of taste.
It should be.
Well, that's the thing, is we give such leeway, so when people go over that, it's like, okay. It's like a cool substitute teacher who just throws on a movie, and then there's that one kid who's clearly talking too loud and ruins it for the rest of them. That's some of these people in the text inbox. I'm going to throw on Spartacus, just relax, and you can hang out, but don't push your luck. Don't bite the hand that feeds you.
All right.
Is that a hot tub in Spartacus? Was that hot tub?
I don't know. But does that count as a class now in public schools, watching Spartacus?
Yeah, there were days when a substitute teacher would come in and, they'd
throw on Spartacus.
Well, they were playing out the string. And,
But you wouldn't put on an educational video or some kind?
You guys want to watch Rocky? I do.
Yeah. There would be some times where it was my favorite class ever was Civil War. And that was a really awesome class. But we did watch a lot of really good movies in that class. Some would say not the most educational, but I disagree. 12 Years a Slave, Glory, Django Unchained.
You think that's educational to see fictional movies?
It's a class I'll never forget.
What there you go. High school or college?
High school. Senior year of high school.
Horton Watkins.
Yeah. Civil War class. And it was actually really interesting. We just talked about the Civil War the entire time. It was great.
I'd like to change my inbox to what's the lead, Jackie? Can I have that?
Sure, it's all yours, Martin.
What's the lead?
How are you going to spell
L-E-D-E.
Oh,
what's the lead, Jackie?
Wow, that's journalistic integrity. Chris Kerber's going to join us with some journalistic integrity as well. Talking about the Blues and Avs playoff-like game this past Saturday. Jimmy Snuggerud on the ice with the boys today. What will the plans be for him? Chris Kerber joining us next on TMA 101 ESPN. Welcome back. This is the Morning After. It's 101 ESPN. Fisher Window and Door Store. 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. And you're welcome to get involved by calling in the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Chris Kerber going to join us on those very phone lines coming up in this segment. Also coming up this week, big doings, Doug. The Puck Cancer second shift charity hockey game is this Friday night at Centene Community Ice Center. You can tune in this Friday afternoon to hear the Fast Lane broadcasting live before the game from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. from the E&B Granite Studio. Tickets are on sale now for the second annual Puck Cancer second shift alumni game. See the Blues alumni face off against the Blackhawks alumni, including Jamie Rivers, in a rivalry game in support of Siteman Cancer Center and the V Foundation for Cancer Research. Grab your tickets now for the game this Friday night to support those two great organizations, and then tune in pregame this Friday afternoon for the Fast Lane live from the E&B Granite Studio at Centene Community Ice Center. That is Puck Cancer, and it's coming up this Friday night.
Now, Chaser's goal was to just get on the ice in some capacity. I don't know how he's feeling, how he's doing, but excited to see this happen again with his buddies that you didn't know he knew. I knew Mark Grace from back in the day, but John Elway being one of the coaches.
Yeah, how about that?
Great event.
Garth Brooks was there last year.
Dirks Bentley is a repeat participant, I
Doug,
believe.
what's your favorite Dirks Bentley song?
Drunk on a Plane.
Drunk on a Plane is your go-to?
And he sang that last year.
How about
at
that?
The game. Between periods, he stood out there at center ice all by himself with a guitar and sang that.
And you might have some current players out there because they're in between games. They play home Thursday and Saturday.
Well, I've got my tickets. I'm going.
Okay.
I mean, Sidney Crosby, and then Dirks Bentley, and then Nathan McKernan in St. Louis, back to back to back. That's what you got.
That's what we
want
have.
it.
Yes.
If you want it.
Okay.
That's what you got.
Star-studded here in St. Louis.
It's a fun event. If you haven't been, it really is a fun thing to go to. It's not just hardcore hockey all the time. There's a lot of entertainment value there for even people that, like Jackson, who aren't hardcore hockey fans, would have a good time out there.
Chelios be hanging out. You got all the former Blackhawks taking part. And just some former Blues names you haven't heard in a while, like a Scott Young.
Number 48, overtime goal, Game 3 against the Avalanche, 2001.
I don't know the years, Tim.
Am I right on that?
Sniper. Did he also beat the Coyotes with a goal? I know Turgeon had the big goal, but I think
99.
Younger had one maybe in 99.
I was watching that at Quentin's. I
don't know where you were. I don't.
I was watching it.
Peach Pit After Dark.
Peach Pit After Dark, yeah. Nats, Peach Pit After Dark. That's exactly right, Jackson. Well done. Very well done, as a matter of fact. Jackson's having issues connecting with Chris Kerber right now. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be an accurate description.
You seem madder than a hornet.
No. Things happen.
Look at that. That's a bad attitude right there. That is a bad
I know. Warren knows
attitude.
I've missed some calls and texts before in my life. It's okay. No worries. He'll
You're
get
pretty
back to me.
spry on the return text, though.
Usually, yeah, I tend to be. Sometimes I've left Martin in the lurch before, but rarely.
How'd you leave Martin in the lurch?
Well, sometimes Martin will just text me some fun, and sometimes I don't get to it immediately. But usually,
and I'm hurt, crushed.
I don't mean to crush anybody, but usually when someone texts me asking for something or doing so, just generally, I'm pretty quick.
You're so quick that even though I texted you at like 5:40 today,
yeah,
and I didn't hear back, I'm like, I hope everything's all right with Jackson.
Oh, no.
That's the level of expectation.
The only time is when I'm driving.
I texted you at 5:29. Now that I see it, holy crap!
When I'm driving, I have driving mode in my car, so when I connect to my car, it immediately goes on essentially do not disturb.
Yeah,
just so I can lock in on the roadways.
I try not to answer the text too when I'm driving.
Yeah,
it's hard not to.
That's why
It's hard.
I remove the temptation completely.
One of the first things I do every day is I text Jackson. It's our little way of knowing that I'm awake. And and I was going to tell you this today because you'll send me back some sort of GIF of a movie. A lot of them are from Heat, which I enjoy. You found some Marquette GIFs back when we had a team. The season was still going. But I was going to tell you, maybe you don't need to respond. Like, I love it.
Yeah.
But I don't want you to feel like a burden because I'm just telling you, hey, I'm awake.
I appreciate
but if you don't hear from me,
that's when
by
I get the phone
6:30,
call.
then call, then text, then reach out. But I enjoy a good Heat GIF.
Heat GIF, yeah, some Wes Anderson GIFs I'll throw in there. Yeah, I just like to mix it up. I like looking for GIFs.
Looking for GIFs?
Tim's Twitter has turned into a GIF depot.
It is a GIF depot.
And a good one at that.
Thank you so much,
GIF
Doug.
depot.
I hope you enjoy my GIF depot. That's all I do.
Does your staff handle that, Tim?
My staff, at this point, I've got a staff that tweets out the LSU mom at the White House. 2019 LSU team. Best college football team of all time. Thoughts?
Certainly the best offense. Probably can't deny that.
Whatever happened to that coach, Ed, with his
Ed
voice?
Orgeron?
Where is he now?
Ed Orgeron, go.
When they fired him, bought him out with like the money, he said, when do you want me out and which door do you want me to leave out of?
That is a
He
nice
was the perfect coach for LSU.
Yeah.
Absolutely perfect.
You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Martin, you're a client of Design Air Heating and Cooling, and you know that Seth Goldcamp.
Love Design Air, especially this time of year. We did have the AC going over the weekend, and this morning we had the heat on. You're just sort of flip-flopping all over the place. Make sure the unit is running properly. If it's not, check in with Design Air, who's been helping folks in St. Louis since 1904. 1904, family-owned business. Now Seth and his team, fourth generation, family-owned. In addition to that, longest-running sponsor of TMA, so we encourage you to support the sponsor, and we hope you don't have any issues with the HVAC, but when you do, make sure you go to designairservice.com. That's where you can set up your appointment, whether it's a tune-up for the summer months with your air conditioner or in the winter when the furnace breaks. Look at a technician out there who can fix it without trying to give you a little sales, a little shakedown. They don't do that. Stressful enough when the unit's not working. They're going to make sure those technicians get you back in business. DesignairService.com, the website. Make sure you let them know that you heard about it on TMA.
There you go. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. They're online at DesignairService.com and sponsor of our email of the day. One of the many ways you can participate in this program, email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com and get yourself ready for the month of April. Yeah, the JV golf coach has already won the month of March, but maybe you can compete today and go, you know what, I can play with these guys. Chairman Kurt, though, wants people to know to keep the emails to less than, 2,500 words?
Yeah, if you could. Sometimes we get started a little later than we'd like to, so your 12-paragraph essay makes it a little difficult.
Doug, would you like a 12-paragraph email for the Design Air Heating and Cooling
No,
email
even
today?
2,500 words sounds like a lot.
Less is more, Doug. Hit the hole.
All right.
And the YouTube chat is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. That's at youtube.com/TMASTL. 333 people are hanging out in there and watching the program and talking it over. And Big Blonde Dan says, Tim's memory never fails to amaze my gray matter. Tim is such an Adonis, both physically and spiritually. You know, the thing is, with being 5'4" and $150, you don't get compared to Adonis as often as maybe you should.
No, maybe Napoleon. I don't. Willie Shoemaker.
One of the all-time great jockeys.
Mm-hmm.
What makes someone a good jockey?
You're small and you can ride a horse well.
Right, but and excuse my ignorance in the equestrian medium, but
Thank you.
Is it like the horse is doing most of that work, right?
Yeah, you'd be correct with that.
What a take! Well, I feel like, our jockeys underappreciated or overappreciated. Coming up next.
Yeah, that's a hell of a team.
Stevie Cawthon, I want to say, is huge in 1978.
That was a short joke, and that was low-hanging fruit.
No, Stevie Cawthon he was a huge jockey. He was a young guy that came on the scene. Was on the cover of Sports Illustrated. And we could ask him. Maybe we get him. Maybe a surprise guest would be Stevie Cawthon.
You don't want to go up against Buck Swope. I've told everybody that, but John Scores says Buck Swope's time has passed.
Oh, no.
Wow. John Scores, you don't want to be in the crosshairs of Buck Swope. I'm just warning you.
He'll take that
He might start emailing you.
Doug, caller Adam is on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. You wanted to hear from him. These phone lines are hot this Monday morning. Good morning, caller Adam. You're on 101 ESPN with Doug Vaughn.
It's me, Adam.
Okay, we heard that. What's on your mind?
I was just going to call in today. Nothing sexual. Not talking about entering anybody. This is just strictly a PSA about the Metrolink. If I could have the podium, please.
Well, for just a few seconds. Sure, go ahead.
What do you think it costs to park at Union Station if I just, I didn't plan my day good, I got to go to a Blues game. What do you think it's going to cost me to park at Union Station? Take a wild guess,
I know
old man.
at a Blues game, I think I went once and they wanted $45 to park there at a Blues game.
Your memory's great. It is $45.
Nice, Doug.
So no one has told me. I live in the Pasadena Hills, and I am about 1 minute from the UMSL South or North Metrolink stop.
Okay.
And I took the Metrolink yesterday with my family to the city game, and it was a delight. There were no issues. It was great. And it cost $7.
Okay.
So why didn't you ever tell me that I could just take the Metrolink downtown to games and it's no frickin' big deal?
Well, you're
why would
supposed
you
to know
never
that.
bring that up?
Because you live right there next to it. How come you didn't know that on your own self?
You grew up there in North County. How am I supposed to know what facilities are there, what public services are there without you telling me?
I didn't grow up in North County.
Did you grow up in Kirkwood?
Yes.
Is that near North County?
No, Kirkwood and Crestwood is where I grew up, and neither is anywhere close to North County.
Do you take the Metrolink,
No.
old man?
No, I don't. Why would I?
What do you... Why was that supposed to mean?
Because-
Public transit's a great opportunity. I feel like more people should be using it, and we're not. We're turning a blind eye because I don't want to say anything about 101 callers or listeners, but I would say most probably live in St. Charles and only go to day games. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
But,
well, you'd be wrong.
But the point that I'm trying to make is that we have a great – this is just for county city people. So everybody listening, living in Lincoln, Warren, St. Charles, Jefferson County, just shut your mouth and turn your ears off. The Metrolink's great, and I want more people to use it, and that's all this call was about. Jackson's doing a great job. Kurt has no authority to tell people how long their emails can be. And Buck Swope is the best, the GOAT of all time. From one person to another, I love Buck Swope. Don't ever talk. Don't read that person's text messages that said he was bad.
Adam, are you taking questions?
No, he dropped.
He's gone.
That's what he does.
I wanted to ask
like
if
a
there
Marine.
is a security guard on the Metrolink, or because I know there'd been some issues in the past. I didn't know if they changed the policy and if we now have whether it's police officers or security guards. I was curious, but he apparently had his material dug, and then he was done.
Yeah, he'd had enough.
He's done.
You want to settle this like men? Let's do it over the AM radio airwaves.
I love calling Adam. Did he see Mr. Licks taking tickets on the Metro train? That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. Mr. Licks works on the Metrolink?
I don't know.
Which route?
I do like that little hole punch that they have with the ticket taking.
Did they do that on Metrolink?
No,
just
I
like
think
an
it's kind of an
old-fashioned
honor
train?
system. You get on there, and then they occasionally ask you, "Hey, you got a ticket?" Like, "Oh man, where?" Oh, you
start patting
I
my
had
head.
it. Yeah, it fell out of my pocket. Yeah, that's right.
You're welcome to get involved like Adam has by calling in 314-974-0101. You can also text into the program, Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. And, of course, you can participate in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. Doug, 350 people are in there talking it over, including Droid Effects. Chairman Kurt's in there. You can talk with Chairman Kurt.
Is he really?
See him in there, yeah. Hulk Hogan's T-shirt, Jefferson Barracks Gigolo, and I'm a bad boy, and I'm testing things is talking to the TMA remote lamp.
TMA remote lamp is amazing.
Chris Kerber's still scheduled to join us. Jackson, you haven't heard anything from Kerbs?
I have not.
See, God, that concerns me because he's clockwork, man.
Yeah, he is.
I hope everything's all right with Chris Kerber. Brad Thompson going to join us on the Stiefel dossier. That's coming your way at 9:45. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, 10:45. Mike Francesa was stunned that the Mets did not have a game on Sunday. We will have that audio coming up for you. And he wasn't very happy about it. It's next on TMA.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel. They sponsor both the dossier and the program proper. They're a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. They were founded in downtown St. Louis in 1890 in the building on the same street today. They're proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. They're one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline is, where success meets success. It's no wonder they've decided to partner with a winning program like this one. Stifel and TMA, it's where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Doug, I guarantee you love this.
I do. I think this is one of the best songs I've ever heard.
This,
Yeah, like
this is the gift that keeps on giving here.
Sesame Street does a sports album.
None of the songs are longer than a minute and a half.
I'm just a little disappointed that he played here, 18 years or so, and we're just now hearing this now?
That's on Jackson.
It's on me, man.
Now he'll come back.
It's TMA 101 ESPN and YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL. Hop on in and talk it over with Hulk Hogan's T-shirt, who says, "What a time to be alive. The Cardinals and the Blues, they are rolling." And they are, Doug.
Yeah, both of them. I don't know which one is more surprising to me. I guess maybe the Blues, because we saw them for half a season and they didn't look very good, and now they look fantastic. They look as good as any Blues team that's ever been on the ice for a short while anyway.
Great piece in The Athletic today detailing how the Blues became this force that everybody around the NHL is talking about, and nobody in the NHL wants to play in the first round of the playoffs. Right now, it would be the Winnipeg Jets, but it is back and forth between the Jets and the Golden Knights, who will likely be the representative in the other division, and Winnipeg likely the representative in the Central Division. But the Blues then could theoretically play former teammate Alex Pietrangelo in the first round, Barbashev in the first round, and then setting up the Edmonton Nightmare if they were to play VGK and take on Edmonton in the second round, and then Dylan Holloway and Philip Broberg can drive them absolutely bat crap in Alberta when they go up there and vanquish the Oil. And they're Banty Roosters up in Edmonton as it is.
Yes, they are. They're not happy with the weather that they live in.
Well, there's that. And there's also a team that they feel like is not living up to the expectations that they had. And on top of that, they're seeing two of their young stars go to St. Louis and flourish and play a key role in what's taking place here with the Blues.
I mean,
Right, and that being the most important thing.
The expectation level a month ago, or maybe a little under, when they started winning, wasn't your expectation. I think they're now going to get in. You started to expect that they'd be a playoff team. I feel now it's shifting even more. What is the expectation level? Like, going to win at least a series, and I think people are kind of getting like cup crazy, like, oh, we could win it all. And they weren't saying that a month ago. Do you feel that the expectations around town, maybe even in the room, have shifted dramatically just in the last couple of weeks?
Yes.
Sure,
What stood out to me, and I realize this might be something that others didn't really pay much attention to or weren't even aware of, but it really stood out to me, Martin, when Joey Vitale was on with Chris Kerber in his podcast, and we're still efforting Chris Kerber this morning to join us as he's scheduled on Mondays, that Joey Vitale said on the Curbside podcast that it doesn't matter who they'd play, whether it be the Stars or the Jets, they would beat them in 5 or 6 games. And I'm like, that's not like a fan talking. That's a guy who's seen it, who's played with the best in the game, and has been around. And I'm like, okay, that's an eye-opening comment. And that was before, I don't know, that was maybe 3 or 4 games into the winning streak. It's just a different set of circumstances. The confidence and the manner with which they're playing, Doug, you were citing some of the statistics, both with goals allowed, but also the offense they've put up. It's just a different animal, man. To me, it's more stunning regular season-wise than 2019. And again, I realize with 2019, it's tough to contextualize it and just isolate it to the regular season, because who's going to remember the regular season? You're going to remember what took place in particular with the Stars, Sharks, and also the Bruins. But they did play a really good Winnipeg team to open that thing up. And this team was deeper into the regular season before its turnaround. And also, I feel like if you look at the 2019 roster, it's got more what you would consider established stars in the NHL. This is a different set of circumstances, but maybe 5 to 10 years from now, you look at this team and go, God, look at all these guys, how young they were, and they wound up becoming stars, and it was the beginning of a run for the Blues. Because keep in mind, in less than a couple of hours, Jimmy Snuggerud's going to be skating with this team for the very first time. You saw Dvorsky last Sunday. So this could be the beginning, and that's what that article in The Athletic talks about, that this could be the beginning of a run for the Blues, not just in 2025.
Yeah, they've got some favorable games this week, too. They got Detroit tomorrow night, Pittsburgh Thursday. Those are 2 teams going nowhere. you would think they've got a really good chance to make it 11 wins in a row, though you don't want to get too far out over your skis, of course.
You talking to yourself, bro?
Yeah, kind of. Because in pro sports, every time you think you got it figured out and you know exactly what's going to happen, it seems to go the other way.
Media says watch out for ass.
I thought the Colorado game was a likely end to the streak. Hey, you played well. It's been a good run. They're red hot. It's a tough place to go and play. Joey Vitale broke down the whole oxygen molecule.
I believe. Wonderful oxygen breakdown.
I thought that was a game where you wouldn't be crushed, and then the way they win, and then hang on to win. Desperation late by Colorado. That just keeps making you think this team is capable of so much more other than just getting in. And the Vaughn Index may or may not have this, but the Blues have 7 games left. If they go 4-3, which is a low bar, but if they go 4-3, Vancouver would need to go 7-1. How
about that?
To tie them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Florida, or the Flames, FLA, Flames would need to go 8-2 in their final 10 to pass you. They'd have to go 8-2 to overtake you if you simply went 4-3. So the math is pretty darn good for a playoff appearance. But again, I think the expectation now is that they're going to move on. If they're the 8th seed and you go to Winnipeg, Winnipeg does have a killer record at home. I was doing a deep dive on their attendance. Remember a year ago, they were struggling.
Yeah.
And the article I read said that in like January of 24, Gary Bettman flew up there to like get the fans on board. They said it had no effect. And I'm like,
I wouldn't think it would.
I don't know that the commissioner flying
Like
in,
a pep rally?
like imploring people to buy tickets. Like, whose idea? I mean, you could say, hey, you better get going or else, your team's future. You've lost a team before. But they said Gary Bettman's appearance did not help. This year, attendance is up. It's only a 15,000-seat arena, but it has increased a little bit. But all of that said, they have a great record at home. They're 28-6-4. I keep saying you want to play the Jets over Vegas, which I agree with, in spite of Jamie Rivers' travel hopes. I feel like they can be right there with the Jets, but that sounds crazy when you look at their record, how good the Jets are.
51-19-4 for the year.
In the Vaughn Index?
Fantastic year.
Okay.
On Winnipeg, well, let me do the math. 106 would be Winnipeg's Vaughn Index, which is not a bad index. Wow. Not a bad index at all.
Well, they are not happy with this topic. Deep voice dude says this is a football and basketball nation.
Braden Sheen.
That's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And then this gentleman says the following. How did everyone forget we had the 3rd easiest schedule after the break? So
Go to hell.
We didn't forget it.
If we say go to hell, it's rude. But Mad Dog, he says it for us.
Mad Dog worked with Mike Francesa for a number of years at WFAN. Mad Dog has his own thing going now. Mike Francesa has his program. It just kind of appears.
Kind of whenever he feels, whenever his producers are rustled out of whatever they're doing.
You would think when you're, I believe he's 70, I think.
That sounds about right.
And has made, I don't know, tens of millions of dollars. He would take a Saturday off, but to his credit, he was still giving takes on a Saturday afternoon on his Bet Rivers.
Yeah, about to say when Bet Rivers is fun.
His Bet Rivers podcast. Martin, he was not happy to discover on air the schedule. This is a new style of talk show host. Take a listen.
Mets off tomorrow? Why don't they have them in here? That's bizarre. I can't be off on a Sunday. This must be wrong. I got to double check that. Can they possibly be off on a Sunday? No. Is that possible? I guess so, huh?
Yeah, sure it is.
I didn't realize that. All right, well, the Yankees are playing the Brewers tomorrow. That's actually bizarre. Off on a Sunday? Is that really possible?
It's really bothered
Come on,
by
double
it.
check that. See if that's actually true. Are they off on Sunday? I mean, I've never even heard of that. Who's off on a Sunday in baseball? Is there a reason that I'm missing why the Mets wouldn't be playing on
Just
Sunday?
because you didn't look at the schedule.
I
Is this the
didn't watch
pre-show
game
meeting?
today, so I don't know if there's something going on. But that is just highly unusual. Highly unusual. Mets are playing the Marlins on Monday. Astros are home against the Giants. Why would they not play on Sunday?
They're just off. That's all.
It doesn't make any sense to me. But it sounds like that's the case. At least I looked in two places, and they're not scheduled tomorrow. That's actually kind of odd. I can't remember that happening very often.
This was on the air.
Seems to be the case.
There it is.
Oh my God! And that was on the air.
That's the program.
I edited that down pretty extensively. Like, there was much longer pauses of him looking up the score. I mean, he didn't even say the Mets are off on Sunday till 40 seconds into that segment.
The great thing about Francesa is he's evergreen. I can't tell if this clip is from 5 years ago or yesterday, but it doesn't matter. It's just so good. Jackson and KG, you guys are killing it. Doug, that's from Mr. Licks with a supportive text.
Well, thank
You
you,
guys are
Licks.
killing it. I like
I didn't
that.
do anything. I just hit record when I hit play on it. Yeah, it is weird that the Mets, like, you feel like a baseball team, if they play any day, it's certainly going to be Sunday. But to be so flabbergasted by it that you can't continue your program.
Well, it's not that crazy a concept. Everybody's opening homestand. Like the Cardinals always get the next day off.
That Friday.
Because it allows for a rain. You know, you can reschedule if you need to.
Especially in April.
Yeah, and I guarantee the Mets are, so they're playing Thursday, Friday, Saturday. With Sunday off, you had an open date somewhere. Let's say Thursday got rained out, and then we missed a game. When are we going to possibly make it up against the Astros? Probably not coming back. Oh, guess what? We have Sunday. It's a little weird to have Sunday off. I agree with that premise. But everybody's opening series has a day somewhere that you can go to. So it's not... He could probably figure that out, I would think.
Well, he hasn't been in sports media that long.
No, I think he's been long.
Incredible head of hair still to this day.
He does have wonderful hair. I'm so envious.
It's incredible. Silver fox to the nth degree.
What's going on inside of that hair? Like, if you just kind of get through the cranium.
It works slowly, but it gets there.
Okay.
There were a lot of years when no baseball team ever had a Sunday off. It is rare. It's very rare.
Oh, yeah. Cardinals a couple years ago had like a 2-game series against the Royals, and they played Friday, Saturday.
Yeah, that was weird, too. Usually it's Monday or Thursday, and if you don't get one of those off, you don't get anything off.
It's weird, but would it stop you in your tracks for upwards of 3 fiscal minutes?
No, about 5
Fiscal minutes. But they had their opening day, and then they also played on a Friday and a Saturday.
So they played Friday.
Which are great.
Yeah, for sure.
Gates, I'm sure, for them, attendance-wise. And it's a little weird, but the reason, again, you have an open date in case there's a rainout.
That's right. That's right. Don't need to worry about that down in Houston. So hence the reason for taking advantage of the whole thing. I recommend people take advantage of James Carlton's friendly service and ridiculous staff in Webster Groves. Great customer service. Has your insurance gone up in the last year? Give James a chance to save you money. And if you have kids under 25... on your insurance policy, this is where James has saved TMA listeners the most money. The number is 314-961-4800, or you can go online at carltoninsurance.net. Got this post of one of the 415 5-star reviews for James Carlton on Google. Recently switched to James, and he set up a meeting with me instantly to go over my coverage. During our meeting, James informed of the drive and save discount, which I was never aware of before. We went over the rest of my coverage in extensive detail, which I had never had an agent do before. I am very happy with my decision to switch to James Carlton. 314-961-4800. That's how you can make that decision and that switch, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes great pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living, because that then impacts positively his customers. Michael's passion's flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. And that's why he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is awesome compensation in the industry. There's a reason he's continued to grow through these 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of. And this then rubs off on the families buying the product, as they know they have the best interests of the buyers at heart. They have it all, but carpet is awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis. They're in Creve Coeur, they're in Darden Prairie, and they are in St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. A perfect start to the Cardinals season as they sweep the Minnesota Twins over the weekend. The Cardinals are back in action tonight. Miles Michaelis will be towing the slab against the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. First pitch at 6:45 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Hard not to be fired up when you hear it, Doug.
Yeah, boy, I am ready to go. I'd run through a brick wall right now.
Seriously?
No.
You ever tried
so? I've not tried to run through a brick wall.
I think any player ever has when they say, I'd run through a brick wall for this guy. Then there's a brick wall. I'm like, hey, go ahead.
I kind of doubt it.
Okay. Ever?
Richie Incognito, maybe?
Might have tried it, probably. Gus Farrat, headbutt.
Yeah, that's who I was thinking of. Didn't he score a touchdown and headbutted the cement wall and went down with an injury at that point?
It happened. The voice you heard there was James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Morning, James.
Gentlemen, good morning.
What's the good word, James?
Got back from Branson yesterday.
Oh, how'd that
How
go?
did Branson treat you?
Kids had fun. Kids had fun.
You notice that, Doug? Did you catch that right there?
It's a great place for kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah, one of your
higher
listeners
pitch
came
voice?
up and said hello. I guess I had a Mizzou shirt on. He goes, is that James Carlton? I've never
Really?
met the guy.
Wow.
Very
Fight
nice
Tiger.
guy. Yeah.
Do you know Silver Dollar City?
I did. That's exactly where it was
Fire
at.
in the hole!
Fire in the hole. Waited 45 minutes for that one.
Oh, return on investment.
Yeah.
That was Rich Gould's first job, singing at Silver Dollar
Sounds,
City.
that sounds about right.
It was in some, performance troupe.
I tell you what, I always had, that question of who you'd want to be in your foursome, if you could have a dream golf foursome, more or less who you'd want to spend 4 or 5 hours with. And Bill Murray was always one of the guys I'd go to. And I've heard him on Rogan and Stern the last week. He's kind of dry these days. I don't feel like he's got enough energy on those
Kind of
interviews.
angry, too?
Yeah, he's got these pregnant pauses between every response. He's out. He's out of my foursome.
So Bill Murray is out of the foursome.
Yeah.
Who replaces him? Rich Gould.
Now these aren't good golfers, but I think Larry David for me, because Larry David, if he despised me, would be right on brand, right? There's no reaction from him that would shock me. And he would just make just his demeanor just makes me. And Leon, maybe throw him in there too.
I think the highlight of the Bill Murray, the Rogan interview is Bill Murray clearly had no idea who Rogan was. Yes. He's like, yeah, so we're on camera too. So people told me to do this show, then other people told me not to. Everything about it was just bizarre.
Yeah. I mean, he was in the bathroom and he saw a picture of Hunter S. Thompson and had a really,
that led to about a half-hour discussion.
Unique story about him, which I thought was pretty funny. But yeah, I just thought Bill Murray would bring it a little bit more on these long-form interviews. And
I think he was one of those guys that people used to laugh at everything he did and said, whether it was funny or not.
For sure. Yeah.
And now that he's gotten kind of old, that the act has kind of gone stale, and they realize, well, maybe he really wasn't as funny as we thought he was. At least not since
he said he struggled as he was never good stand-up. He was always kind of the sketch comedian. So, no, I mean, some of my favorite movies of all time are Bill Murray. Hey, speaking of movies and music, you know how Tim's so good at nailing those years?
Oh, right.
Clip that off.
What if I just threw out a year? Could you just, 1997, could you name me 5 movies from 1997?
As good as it gets, Good Will Hunting, Titanic, L.A. Confidential, and The Full Monty.
This is why he's the best.
Okay, stop it, James.
See, I find that harder. You throw out a year, you're like, oh God, I got to name 5 movies or 5 songs that came out that year.
Jackson gave me that I was correct. I mean, I don't know that I was correct. But I mean, what about the fact that Jackson knows that I was correct?
Yeah,
what does that speak for Jackson?
He's the
answer
Picture House aficionado for sure.
Don't say Picture House.
I like that, Picture House.
Was that Iggy's guy that won yesterday? Didn't he have a crush on one of those?
Minwoo, yes.
Oh, Minwoo Lee.
Yeah.
Minwoo Lee, yeah.
First one on tour.
Yeah, he's attracted to that gentleman. Martin, he has a peach fuzz mustache, hits the ball very far, and so that golf course was optimal for Minwoo Lee. You're not really penalized for hitting the ball away from the fairway.
Asian, but from Australia?
That's right.
correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he had a little piece on Full Swing. So happy to see that he got his first win.
What did you say to the person? I'm intrigued with this. They're like, hey, are you James Carlton? Did you say...
The nicest guy, and then he kind of just did a drive-by and took off. So,
all right.
So listener,
let you be.
Thank you for saying hello, yeah.
You're an insurance celebrity.
No, he knew me from TMA, not from the insurance field.
Hey, guys, if I could play any golf foursome, it would be Tim, and then Abigail Mack. That's from Big Tough. Yeah, that's a good foursome.
God, I'm going to the audiologist after the show, and Doug is just
he's really catching that thing flush.
Bang a gong?
Yep.
It's necessary.
Bill Murray is a stain on the game of golf. No one needs to see him, and they trot him out in the pro-ams and these made-for-TV matches all the time. Good guy, though, showed up to a couple of our college parties. It's from Tervis Parish.
Okay.
Now, those are some stories I want to hear.
Yeah.
Call in with Bill Murray.
I think he's a pretty decent golfer. He said on one of those shows that he was on that he's like a 3 or a 4. I mean,
really?
Yeah. So I think he plays quite a bit.
That's impressive.
I think Jackson can relate to the Bill Murray Wes Anderson connection. Is a more modern appreciation of his comedy. And there was an example in this movie Rushmore where he's walking across this playground and it's kids playing and one little kid's shooting baskets and Bill Murray's on his cell phone. He's an older guy and this little kid shooting goes over and swats the ball. This little kid looks like so dejected, and Wes Anderson said that wasn't in the script. He was supposed to just walk past the kid and then he just did it. So I still think, even though he can be kind of cranky, I guess, in some of these interviews, he's still got some comedic chops.
Mm-hmm.
Rushmore might have been 98.
Oh, gosh, I don't know the years.
Doug, was it 98 for
I
Rushmore?
don't know the years.
Don't mention Joe Rogan around Jackson James. He's liable to dye his hair blue and tell us that Maddow is the GOAT. That's from the Crystal City.
You got to pack a lunch for his interviews. I mean, they
he's
go,
got a ribbon nose. Kiss my ass. He's no, Martin.
They go 3 hours sometimes. I mean, yeah, those are some very long form interviews. But when you have these long drives, I need things to knock out.
Bill Murray got up to take a leak. He said, "Yeah, go ahead." And on the TV, they just dissolve. Like, and he's back.
Is that right?
He's back.
Which show was that?
The Rogan. He went to the bathroom like 2 different times.
Yeah, he did on Stern too.
Got up to leave.
Yeah, on Stern, he did, I don't know if they realized because Howard has his own bathroom. I don't know that they realized that the show audio plays in the bathroom. And they were talking about him like, do you think he wants to stick around? Do you think he's kind of burnt out on all this stuff? And Bill's like, I heard you the entire time.
And is his son still on the UConn staff? His son was a high-level assistant
That would make sense
coach.
why he was at that game.
I guess he is. He's still on the staff.
He went to Japan for the Cubs-Dodgers game and then went straight to that UConn game. I mean, this guy's a jet setter for
He is actually interviewed. I was recommending, I don't know if you've watched it, James, the other Hurley, I guess E60, about 60 minutes piece on Dan Hurley and his behavior, essentially, but but giving the background on what his youth was like and how they think it played a role into what is now Bobby Knight-esque on the sidelines and walking out of NCAA tournament games. And they interviewed Luke Murray, that's Bill's son, who's an assistant on UConn and has been there for a while. So that's why you see Bill Murray at the UConn game.
He was at Xavier for a while before that. It's got to be hard being Bill Murray's son. People, hey, how you doing? Oh, there's your dad. Oh,
Say something funny. Say something funny.
Yeah. Is that what you get a lot? When people see you
No,
out
I've
and
never
about?
gotten that. No.
Make me laugh,
Hey,
Doug.
great sportscast last night, Vaughn. That's what I say when I see him. Hey, how come you didn't have the doggies first last night?
But I would
2 shots on goal, pal.
I would see you out and about. You're a man of the people. I mean, before you and I had ever
Jackson
met.
describes him, James, as folksy.
Yeah, you're very folksy. Yeah.
Where did you see me out and about?
I was just over the year, just listening to
Pink
TMA.
slip, right?
I mean, I think at the Joshua fight weigh-in, whatever that was, in Sidebar, I ran into you there. I actually had that picture, and I mean, you and I look a lot different. Let's just put it that way. That was a long time ago.
You're St. Louis's Garrison Keeler. You're folksy. Wobegon? Was that Wobegon days?
Lake Wobegon, yeah.
Never quite understood. It was like an hour-long radio show, and they would just read like stories.
360 people are in the YouTube chat, and they're talking over. Why don't you join in there? Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Guys, the one Hurley pooped his pants before playing UNLV. That's from Hulk Hogan's T-shirt. Is that accurate?
Oh, that'd be Bobby?
It was Bobby, but I thought he had to run out in the middle of the game because he was experiencing, Doug, what you would call a recreational.
Oh.
He was dribbling down the floor, and he had to run off the floor. And then he had to use the restroom. And so the next game, Christian Laettner was interviewed about their chances. I think it was against UNLV. And said, as long as Bobby stops eating junk food, I think we'll have a chance. So that was kind of the breakdown heading into Duke UNLV.
An angry sphincter never apologizes.
Clip that off.
Oh, wow. How many Final Fours for those Duke Blue Devils? Doug, what do you think?
How many have they been in over the years?
As a program, how many have they been to?
I feel like I heard it right when they clinched it on Saturday night, Matt. And I want to say 17.
I'll say 18.
Price is right at me.
And he got you. 18 it is.
No! Damn it all to hell.
Is that the most, or UCLA maybe the most? No, UCLA.
Okay, I don't have that in front of me, Doug.
It's crowdsourcing.
UCLA was in it.
How many for Auburn?
2.
2. That's right. How many for Florida?
6.
Exactly.
Wow.
How many for Houston?
Oh, did you say Houston?
Oh, here we go.
I'll say 7.
That's correct as well.
Is it really?
National titles.
For who?
Houston.
Houston. 2?
Trick question.
None.
I was about to say 0 would be my play on that.
Phi Slamma Jamma did not get it done.
Were you able to crowdsource, Martin?
What was it? UCLA Final Four was the question, right?
Mm-hmm.
19. They've got Duke by 1.
Wow. Who will get to 21st? Duke.
But McKernan, well, because all the travel issues for Mick.
Yeah, Jackson's down on that.
He's going to hang in there, though.
How about this for college basketball fans? Larry Johnson, Stacey Augmon, Anderson Hunt, and Greg Anthony and the rest of the Runnin' Rebels are getting a documentary on their famed 1990 NCAA championship squad, a team the guys say is the greatest ever. Johnson, Augmon, and Hunt joined Babcock, where they announced the brand new project titled UNLV Kings of Vegas, which they say will, once and for all, deliver the true story of the famed team, including never-before-told stories. It was long overdue, Anderson Hunt said, to tell the story through our eyes. I will be all over that. That's outstanding. Jackson, you would have loved that team. That was...
Stacey Augmon was Plastic Man.
They beat the Duke team with Leitner by 30 in the NCAA championship game, 103-73.
Well, Mizzou's just got to get in a Final Four at some point, don't they? At some point.
Well, you talk about Dwight.
Yeah, Dwight got us this year.
North Carolina's got 21, Doug. In case you're wondering. More than UCLA. More than Duke.
The sure-to-be highly anticipated documentary, which will include commentary from Snoop Dogg, Chuck D, Coach K, and others, is slated to drop this fall. It's a 4-part series. Nice. Man, I love these things. Outstanding. Doesn't say where it's going to be. Netflix. I'm going to assume Netflix or Hulu. Doesn't sound like it's an ESPN project. Jackson, were you familiar with that? It seems like it's... Oh, I'm sorry. Jack can't ask Jackson.
Grab your grease board, buddy.
Jackson was not for the record. Jackson says Tark season.
Okay. I thought you might still have Kiss My Ass written down, just randomly holding that up in the middle of the show.
That's a good play, though. We talk about, Last Dance. I realize they can't do the run of Last Dance, but that'll be a good one. That's a nice play, that Runnin' Rebels team. I mean, that was a force and also super controversial with all the nonsense going on.
Well, if you're a college program that's willing to, let's just say, bend the rules, Doug, if back in the day and you're in Vegas, I mean, what could go wrong? If you're Tark and you're like, I'm going to get players any way I can, allegedly.
Can't they still do that today?
They do. I mean, everybody's doing that. They said on the portal right now, the going rate, that's why there hasn't been much movement on the basketball side. The going rate for players, they're asking for $2 or $3 million to transfer. Right? Yeah.
Kevin Willard left Maryland to go to Villanova. I mean, you're in the Big Ten, but he said basically we got a big old mess like with our NIL. He wasn't happy with the business side of it at Maryland.
No, the system is so broken now. It is really a mess. Every single player in college is a free agent all the time.
Every year.
Well, Illinois, that Morez Johnson was a freshman, 4-star recruit. He's already gone. Like, he just came in last year. You can't even celebrate landing a big recruit because you're like, well, he'll be gone in a year.
And a lot of the coaches aren't even recruiting high school players anymore.
I mean,
if a high school player turns out to be good somewhere else, then they recruit him.
Yeah, I mean, look what happened to Williams Winery. I mean, that was one of their prized recruits of the last decade, and he barely saw the field and he transferred. I mean, it's a mess. But then Drinkwitz goes out and gets a stud from Georgia that's going to start plug and play guy. And so I mean, that's the nature of what it is now. And you just hope the free agency every year that you can reload, retool, and have a competitive team. I mean, it's crazy.
James Carlton's with the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency online at carltoninsurance.net. Back from Branson, where he was recognized like one of those guys who play the fiddle. What's that guy's name? He had Andy Williams was down there.
Oh, sure.
Shoji Tabuchi.
I think so. And then, Doug, there's a guy who puts his lip up over his head, right? And you love that
the
guy?
ball numbers.
Yeah, the ball numbers.
Love the ball numbers. They're still down there, aren't they? Did you see them, the ball numbers?
I didn't have the pleasure. I'm sorry.
Teeth. No teeth.
Did you go to the Dixie Stampede? Did you do that?
No.
Dollies?
Well, what show did you go to?
We didn't go to a show. We
just rode Fire in the Hole.
We did Silver Dollar City. We did this, you strap in and walk these things. I forget what it's called, but it's for kids.
Like in the air, kind of trapeze type setup.
Yes, that kind of thing.
On that main strip there where you got the go-karts.
See,
Oh, I've been there.
Yeah. What a hoot.
James Carlton, always appreciate it, man.
All right, see you guys. Have a good week.
There he is. James Carlton.
James.
You too, James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency is online at carltoninsurance.net. We'll be joined by Brad Thompson coming up at 9:45 on the Stiefel Dossier, and we also will look forward to talking it over with the listeners who send in their emails for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at Inside STL. Brad Thompson's 9:30, Jackson?
Yes, sir, 9:30.
9:30. Brad Thompson will be joining us coming up at 9:30. Doug, I think we can call an audible here to go to So What'd Your Grandma Think?
Oh,
Can you
really?
mind that? Just because I love the Open,
Yeah.
and if we don't, I could see Martin missing it. And it's so choice, and it features one of the more delightful spokespeople for women's college basketball. Here you go.
Let me play the Open first.
Yeah, this Open is award-winning.
Sometimes the media asks bad questions, like,
Congratulations.
Congratulations. I lost.
You lost?
Yes.
Oh.
or,
What went through your mind when you were told that the contract was done?
what's that? And when that happens, players will fire back.
I mean, are you looking to get into a pissing match with you and I?
Bro,
That's a clown question, bro.
Now it's time for
So what'd your grandma think?
It's award-winning.
What does your grandma think?
Kim Mulkey, friend of the program, had a chance to talk it over with the media following her team's exit from the Elite Eight yesterday at the hands of the UCLA Bruins, and it didn't go well for this reporter.
Jaden Smith, KLSU Sports. Coach, this is the second straight year you guys get eliminated in the Elite Eight. Yeah.
Terrible or is that good?
Terrible.
How many Final Fours you play in?
None.
So it's probably pretty good, huh?
Yeah.
All right.
Gosh. And the media in there laughing with that's so lame to me.
You called that cuck season in your tweet?
Yeah. Oh, my God.
You upset with her or the
No,
reporter?
with the reporters who laughed at that. It's such a, so lame. Of course, he's a reporter. You're not saying, all we do is state a fact. They said they lost back-to-back. How is that? And then she's going to be like, oh, well, you never played in the Final Four.
Now, here is my theory on that audio, and we can replay it, Jackson. You can't hear her initially because his mic is the one that is up.
Right.
And I believe that's the NCAA on the ones and twos there. But I think she initially said, that's terrible, right? And then but you can barely hear it, and he goes, that's terrible. And I think the fact that he engaged with that and played, I think he was just playing along. Then she decided to ratchet it up and then make it pointed at him. Yeah. That's what I think happened.
I'll play. I tried raising up the audio levels of her because Tim's right. The mic was on him.
Did you say Tim's right? Of
course he did. Of course he did.
But again, just like the reporter, I'm just stating a fact. Okay. I'll play it again.
Jaden Smith, KLSU Sports. Coach, this is the second straight year you guys get eliminated in the Elite Eight. Yeah.
Terrible or is that good?
Terrible.
How many Final Fours you play in?
None.
So it's probably pretty good, huh?
Yeah.
All right.
I like the melting. Yeah. Like, he started by kind of playing ball with her. Terrible. Yeah. So she was saying, like, oh, shame on us for only getting to the Elite Eight. But she didn't allow him to finish the question either.
No. But either way, like any athlete or coach could just throw that in the reporter's face and be like, well, you never played, so you don't deserve to.
How many finals MVPs you got?
Right. It's like, well, what are we doing then?
There are some coaches, there is no question at all you could ask where you wouldn't get that slap back at you.
Right.
There's just nothing you can say.
And if it was someone else, then Mulkey, it might be different. But she has been aggressive before.
If more people knew who she was, they would dislike her. It's just, I mean, a lot of people don't. To be honest, a lot of people don't know her in the sports world.
Yeah, I think her Q rating went way up during the Caitlin Clark LSU rivalry kind of scenario. I think during that time, but yes, since then,
she's a little spitfire.
One could say, mother of Kramer Robertson.
That's right. Former Cardinal, Doug. Yeah. Brief run with the Redbirds.
Cup of coffee.
I think Fox 2 interviewed her down at Ballpark Village. I think the Cardinals even said she's available. I was like, careful.
Start being
I think in that setting, she was mom and she was friendly and happy. But
yeah, I get being upset after a loss, but I don't know. And I'm more upset with the media who laughed along with her.
You're upset with the media?
This week.
There's always a media chuckle. Anytime a coach or a subject says anything the slightest bit funny, everyone
yeah, but when they're going at one of your colleagues, like that could easily be any other.
They're laughing reporters. Because it wasn't.
Yeah, I know. You're right.
Are they laughing because it's just so darn awkward?
Probably.
That's why you need somebody to say, hang in there.
Yeah, respect to that. We need more of those
you need a
guys.
savvy scribe who just throws it back. That Arenado media chuckle the other night, and it was funny when he said, it's all good. Well, other than he's going to jail.
Right.
That media chuckle was robust, I would say. I'd also like to issue an apology to Mike Francesa and to the audience. And I think this is Kevin at the Lake, but there's a Kevin that follows me on Twitter who said, sir, the Astros planned a roof. Very difficult to be rained out. So that Mets series was in Houston.
Right.
I was wrong. I was thinking they were in New York.
I said that.
Did you?
Yeah. Yeah,
I was gone that day.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
So my premise and why they always have an open date does not apply to that. I apologize. I'm going to take some time away starting at 10.
Yeah, you're going to need some time. Take a couple weeks.
The LA Rams have dealt with weather issues before, and they play inside. Think about that.
Is it sideways rain?
God, grow some balls, Jackson. Imagine working a real job other than the media where your boss rips your ass and it's not a lady in a flamboyant suit. Doug, that's from strap-on number 18.
I don't get that text. Am I supposed to be the one who's toughening up or the reporter?
He'd like you to toughen up a little bit.
What did I do?
Well, you were mad that the media was laughing at him, and I think they're saying, who cares, toughen up.
Well, I'm not saying he's going to that's going to be the end of his career or that's going to ruin him mentally, but I don't know. I just think it's bad form for media to laugh at other media who's getting ripped when they know that they could just as easily be on the receiving end of it.
I also think he said KLSU, meaning it's probably the college station.
It's in Baton Rouge.
Yeah.
But is it the college station or is it an actual affiliate?
Crowdsourcing, but I'll find out.
Well, because he says, doesn't KLSU sound like the college station? And I'm saying
it sure does, considering it's the letters of the university, kind of like KOMU.
Right. Well, it's
student-run college radio station.
College radio station. So it's easier for these coaches to bully the college kids. I always respect that the least.
Agreed.
And that's what happens in a lot. We've talked a lot about these coaches who are kind of unchecked, and oftentimes in smaller towns, the media is not real large, but there's a lot of college kids who are part of it, and it's really easy to kind of mock or intimidate those. Mm-hmm. That's why was it the women's coach at Texas who saluted the college media for driving 16 hours?
Yes.
That was pretty cool.
I agree. That was cool.
Yay, media.
They don't mind the media when they win, though. You notice that.
Right.
Then it's all fun and games.
Right. And maybe they have a relationship, and I just don't know these things. But for me, it sounded just really. It's like the lamest cop out for any coach or player to be like, "Well, you never played, so you can't ask me questions." To me, you could just do that anytime you don't want to answer questions.
Doug, no cop out at Callier and Thompson, though, is there?
No, the only thing they would like to do is maybe swap out your kitchen because it's a little old at this point. Could use some updating. Could use some updating.
New segment, swap out or cop out.
I know you don't want to move because you like the neighborhood, the kids like their school. You don't want to move, but you're not happy with your house. Well, Collier and Thompson is the answer there. They can come in and make your house look like it's brand new. It's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home and who's going to be there to back up their work. Collier and Thompson stands behind every job that they do during the process. They are always available for you in case you need to make any changes. Collier and Thompson team cares about the work they produce. For them, it's more than just a job. They take great pride in the work that they do. Their core value is always just simply to do the right thing. May cost them an extra $1 or $2, some extra time, but that's what sets them apart from the competition. All of their carpenters and subcontractors take care of a customer's home the same as if it was one of their own. This is a company that you just absolutely know they're going to be there when they say they're going to be there. They're going to finish your job, and you're going to get exactly what you wanted. They've been in business since the 1950s doing this. The owners, Bob Strati and Carolyn Beard, have both been there more than 20 years from now. You can work with them and their designers, get you exactly what you want in a new kitchen, bathroom, basement, wine room, man cave, bar, accent rooms, you name it. They can do it anywhere in your house that needs a little touch-up, needs to look better. It's outdated. You want to make it look better. This is where you go. You go to Collier and Thompson on Manchester Road in Baldwin, right there next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at CollierandThompson.com.
There it is. Collier and Thompson. Sponsor the phone lines, 314-974-0101. Brad Thompson's going to join us on those phone lines coming up on the Cardinals' 3-0 start to the campaign. First time since he was a part of the club in 2006. That's next here on TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen.
us all out. But now that it's September, all they ever talk about, like October looking like the we charging like the mount. We're ready for you, Niger. He gon' lay you on that ground. Brandon Phillips, where you at? Practically 20 games back. We talking about the playoffs, so you know we brought our bats. Yup, who we got on deck? Them Chicago Cubs. You wanna know the difference between them and us? Well, first off, we red, yeah, you know they blue, but they don't know October quite as well as we do. Yeah, our fans are always crazy. Yeah, we hardly
Guy supports the team.
But then they never party, especially in October. Yes, they use we the truest red birds in our hearts. So
TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna's online at evergreenstl.com. And Jackson looks like he's guiding a plane to the gate out on the tarmac right now, but he's waving in executive producer Mike Ryder. Can I bring Brad Thompson on? And I think people are going to get to see. They are going to see him at youtube.com/TMA STL.
Yeah, he's on. You can go with Brad.
What a treat. And we're going to be able to weave him in on the YouTube. How great is that, Doug?
Wonderful.
Brad Thompson using the Airlink technology.
This technology is amazing, guys. How are we doing today?
Wonderfully. How are you doing? What a weekend you got to experience.
Remember when we talked last week and maybe snarkily at the end of it, you said, look, all of a sudden we get a rights holder on and we have too many good players. Well, it came to fruition. How about that?
Yep.
Too many good players. All great things happened. It was a fun weekend for sure.
It was a hell of a weekend, and I don't even know where to begin. I suppose what I would talk about is what the Cardinal lineup did, and I do want to say this, and it's not to go, look at this, but you know, Contreras is 0 for 14, if I'm not mistaken. So they're able to score a bunch of runs with arguably their best hitter not producing. So that's kind of an exciting part of the whole thing.
I think that's a fantastic point with him and Mason Wynn. Mason Wynn has struggled mightily offensively also. So, and your lineup top to bottom is still able to sustain it. You know that Contreras is going to hit. You know that Mason Wynn will be fine. So the fact that they were able to do that, they're putting up over 6 runs a game, got 10 hits in each game, and it is a little bit of everything through the lineup. You guys know yesterday it was Victor Scott with a 3-run shot, Pedro Pajes with a 3-run shot, and then Gorman in his first start ended up getting 3 knocks, including a solo home run. Like, they just are showing off some depth. I just love the aggressiveness in which they're swinging the bat when it's in the strike zone, but I also like their ability to take the at-bat. Whatever the opposition has given you, the approach has been good.
Arenado's swinging the bat well, too. He had 5 hits over the weekend, including a home run. He sure doesn't look like a guy who's disappointed that he's here or is carrying any of that residue from the offseason with him.
Yeah, Doug, you saw him in spring training, and he talked about it. He talked about all of the rumors and how it got overwhelming, and instead of letting it consume him, he dug into his work, and he worked on his swing. And we saw that home run the other day that was on a pitch that was 98 miles an hour on the inner half, up and in. He wasn't getting to that pitch a year ago. The swing speed, we track everything in baseball, his swing speed was the highest of any home run that he hit a year ago. So he just looks healthy. He looks free and obviously motivated to bounce back from the year that he had. But from just being around the clubhouse, talking to his teammates, this dude's all in. Like, I know what happened in the offseason. I know he wants to win more than anything. And who knows, maybe this is his opportunity to win, although it wasn't the one that maybe most expected.
Do you think, Brad, that he's also motivated, which is crazy to say, these guys who make a ton, they've done a lot already, accomplished a ton, but maybe a little bit ticked off that the market wasn't there for him, that the rest of the league wasn't necessarily clamoring to cut a deal? There were apparently some teams that were willing, just weren't spots he wanted to go to, but just in general that maybe he didn't have the demand out there that he would have liked at this point in his career?
Yeah, especially a guy that is headed to Cooperstown when his career's over. I guarantee you there is an aspect of that. There's a chip on his shoulder, and it's a crazy word. Even with the numbers that he put up last year, he still hit 270-something, 16 home runs, drove in 70-plus. But I think he's embarrassed with the year that he had, and that just tells you how high the bar is for Nolan Arenado, what he expects out of himself. So I would say absolutely there is a chip on his shoulder from a personal standpoint, from a public standpoint. And, all you can do is all you can control is what's in front of you, right? He controls the way that he approaches every single day, the work that he is putting in, and he's just diving into it. I love it. And it's great for his teammates, too, to see him come in with that energy and that attitude. Because if he was a different kind of guy, okay, and I don't want to throw out any names, it doesn't matter, Rafael Devers, whoever, throw out a name. But if he were that kind of dude and came into spring, so I didn't even want to be here, oh, this team can't win, that would drag everybody down. He's not doing that. He's being a leader, and he definitely wants to be here.
Brad Thompson, our guest here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, although Dougie's on the air link, and you can watch him at youtube.com/TMASTL as he talks it over with us here. Let's talk about the other side of things, because that was pretty impressive as well when we look at the 3-game series, what we saw from the starters. Brad, what'd you like?
Yeah, first of all, we all know it's 3 games, right? So it's a small sample size, but it's what we have to work with at this point. I thought that Sonny Gray, after a really rough spring for him, I thought he threw the ball well, and he's going to get stronger and stronger. He went his 5 innings, gave up a pair of runs, and we saw this last year. He'll ease into the action. He's not a guy that's going to throw 100 pitches out of the gate. Actually, I think he only had 2 starts last year where he hit the century mark in his pitches. That's just not him. But I thought he threw the ball well. Fetty was outstanding, and Fetty could have gone back out there. He was 6 innings through 70-something pitches, but you're going to take it easy early on. And then Palante goes 5 strong. He was on the ground so much. That's what we've come to expect from Andre Palante. Utilize that defense behind him. He's got easy cheese, too. It's like 96. He was touching 97. The ball moves all over the place. So those guys got it done. I was super encouraged with what we saw from Steven Matz. Congratulations to him getting his first career save, longtime big leaguer, first time he's gotten that opportunity, a 4-inning save, because he looked great all spring training long. And as you guys know, he's going to join the rotation on April 16th as the schedule gets a little bit more demanding. They'll go with that 6-man rotation. But these guys have been so good. So, look, credit to them for putting in the work. I think that the staff overall has done a really good job. Brant Brown, his approach seemingly has been a breath of fresh air. Dusty Blake doing a great job. The work that John Jay has been putting in with the outfielders. I mean, top to bottom, Ollie Marmol and his staff are doing a really good job with this crew.
This is the 4th year that Matz has been here now, and this might have been the best we've seen him pitch. And maybe the Twins had given up at that point, but that was 4 pretty dominant innings. If he could get back to the pitcher he was there with Toronto and the Mets at sometimes, the Cardinals could have something there.
But that's the... Oh, sorry, Doug. That's the maddening part for him, right? And for Cardinal fans watching it, but certainly nobody's more frustrated with that than Steve, and his body just hasn't allowed him to stay out there and do that, because we've seen it in stretches. We've seen great starts. Remember when he came back off the IL, I think it was a year ago, he's had a few stints, where he was on there and then he hurt his knee going after a ball in Cincinnati. Like, it's just, it seemed to be thing after thing, but hopefully he's got it figured out. You're right, it is encouraging, and I don't know what the season's going to look like. I don't know how the starter is going to shake out. We all know that there are different things that happen throughout the year. You need different guys. I don't know what the trade deadline is going to look like. I know this. If Steven Matz is throwing the ball the way that he is going to help your ball club, and he's probably going to get a lot of phone calls from other clubs that he could help as well.
What do you see with Mason Wynn? Obviously struggled in spring. Now he's 0 for 9 to start the year. A couple of walks mixed in, but a bunch of strikeouts. It's weird because a year ago we said he doesn't have to hit. He's such a great fielder. Then he went out and had a great offensive year, or really good. What do you think's going on with Wynn?
I'm sure he's pressing a little bit, especially after the year that he had last year, because, the expectation has risen a little bit for him, to your point. And I feel like you're seeing that in some of his swings. I see him pulling off a little bit on pitches that maybe the simple approach of up the middle the other way would benefit him. But that's easier said than done, right? In the spot, you're trying to get something done. So I think that the lineup right now has done a really good job of not putting pressure on him. They're not leaning on him to be the leadoff guy. He's been hitting at the bottom of the order. They hope he gets on, hope he's able to utilize his legs a little bit. But that is the nice thing about what's going on right now through 3 games, to the earlier point of a couple of guys in Contreras and Wynn not hitting yet. They haven't had to. That's what good lineups do. Like, good lineups are able to give you time to get right. So there's not pressure on Wynn. He did make some stellar plays in the infield. That's what you expect, and I think that you just give him time to get that swing right.
Brad Thompson, our guest here on TMA. He's with us every Monday talking it over. The Youngery thing has certainly caught on, which is wonderful to see. But there was something that we noticed when we were down there, Brad, and I know we talked about it with you last Monday, which is the young guys feeling like they do have something to prove along with an opportunity to play. I know the Cardinals visualized more opportunity at the start of the offseason, but either way, it was the young guys, plus Arenado, who impacted things offensively this weekend. When you were around the club in this 3-game series, did you notice anything different versus last year? And if you didn't, you didn't, but did you notice anything?
I don't think that anything is necessarily different, but I do think that these younger guys that are still pretty well established, they understand what their role is moving forward. Donovan knows what he is. He's a leader. He's going to be in the lineup every day. Lars Nootbaar knows what he is. He's going to be out there every single day, and he's ready for that sort of workload. So I'm not seeing a different approach necessarily or a different attitude from these guys, but I'm just seeing an overall readiness, and I think that it's very apparent whether you're at the games over the weekend or you are watching on TV, or they do a great job, John Rooney and Ricky Horton, Mike Claiborne, just explaining it on the radio. Like, if you were consuming Cardinal baseball, you realize that it looked different. It sounded different. There was speed to it. There was energy to it, and that's something that's going to happen all season long. We talked to Ollie Marmol after opening day, so we talked to him on Saturday before the game. We're just kicking around the game. Like, hey, what was your favorite part? Like, what did you have a moment? And he said, I had a play. And then he said, Lars Nootbaar. And then you're thinking, all right, well, the 2-run home run, everybody liked that. He goes, no, it wasn't the 2-run home run. It was him popping up to the infield at third base. And he kind of gave him a little quizzical look. I mean, popping up to the infield. He said the reason being he popped up to third base in the infield, and when the ball was caught, he was almost standing at second. That's what they want to see. That is the aggressiveness, not taking anything for granted. And hopefully that's something that we see throughout the entire season. Because if they see that, if you have that sort of work ethic, I know they've got the sort of talent, so it just could work out to something special. But I thought that was a really interesting favorite thing of Ollie's, especially after the first game.
Nolan Gorman had a big day yesterday, 3 hits, including a home run. I'm sure he wants to figure more into an everyday spot. Are they going to be able to find that for him, or is he just going to be a spot guy at this point?
Yeah, I don't think so, but if you hit like that, they're going to figure out ways, right? So today, I wouldn't think that today would be the day. The Cardinals facing the Angels, they've got the crafty lefty Tyler Anderson on the mound, so I doubt that today would be the spot. Maybe today we see Lucan Baker in the DH spot. That makes a little bit of sense, right? Have the right-hander in there. But that was when Victor Scott II ended up making this ball club. It made it very difficult to find at-bats for Nolan Gorman, and you got to credit him for being ready for the opportunity. He got the start, couple of knocks, then the home run as well. So you know this, if you hit, you'll end up playing. Like, it's going to happen for him, and it is a good problem to have, to have that sort of depth. But it is a very difficult situation for a 24-year-old hitter who, let's be honest, like, he's the one that we probably need to know the most about. Him and Walker are the two, and Walker is going to get those everyday at-bats, and it's going to be a little bit more difficult to find them for Gorman. But if he does what he did yesterday, he's forcing your hand. I mean, you got to figure it out because, let's be honest, not everybody's going to be hitting at the same time. You'll have to figure out ways to get him in there.
Sports is such a copycat industry. Everybody does, follows these trends. Do you think the torpedo bats the Yankees have been using, you think those, I guess the Twins catcher had one on Sunday, you think we'll see more of this?
Probably. Why wouldn't you, right? You guys, I know, Tim, you're an avid golfer. I guarantee you went in. You got fitted for your golf clubs. I got fitted for mine recently. They wouldn't hook them in as much as I wanted to. They said, hey, you should probably fix your swing a little bit. But why not? Why not tailor-make your bat to your swing? If it's within the parameters, and those bats are, then it just makes all the sense in the world. We've seen different companies do different things with, like, the handle. We've seen different guys use the puck knob. We've seen the axe bat, but we haven't seen too many any tweaks when it comes to the barrel of it. So look, if it's legal, why not try it. And the couple of guys specifically, because I think everybody points to the Yankees for sure, because their guy is the one that had the brainchild of it, the MIT way smarter than me guy. But it's Anthony Volpe was using it in Jazz Chisholm. It wasn't like Judge was hitting all the home runs with that bat. So maybe he will at some point, and maybe they'll go further. But I think that it's an interesting development for sure.
We were talking about UNLV, Tark, and the Runnin' Rebs, those teams, and I'm guessing you were probably pretty young, but I would think back then.
Childhood.
Yeah, you didn't have a pro sports team, so they had to. I bet they own that town.
They're doing a 4-part series on it, Brad. I don't know. We just read about that. So there's going to be a 4-part series that Augman, Larry Johnson, Anderson Hunt, they're working on about that 1990 team.
Come on. See, that was my childhood. That was Dad taking me to the Thomas and Mack Center. They'd have the shark going around the top of the building. They'd do the fireworks. You're running rebels. Tark chewing on the towel. They were so good. George Ackles, Stacey Augman, Greg Anthony, Travis Bice. Where is this thing going to be?
I haven't seen the network, but it's going to be released later this year, 4-part series. So kind of like a last dance for college basketball.
Oh, I am in. Look, and I don't know if I want to find out everything about those teams, okay? I think that half of them were living at the Caesars Palace at the time, which is a nice dorm if you can get it.
That is lovely.
But they were as good of a team, I think, as you're ever going to see. I mean, Larry Johnson was a beast back in the day.
Were you a pretty good hitter at the UNLV? You were an infielder,
That is
right?
a great question. No,
I thought it was.
Doug.
Oh.
Horrible hitter. So this is a story that many big leaguers don't get a chance to say. Most of the time, you guys know the drill. It's like, oh, yeah, Timmy was great ever since he grew up. You just knew that he was going to be the one. Played shortstop, hit third. I got DH for in high school playing third base.
Oh, ouch.
Ow.
Yeah,
Ouch.
only in important games, guys. It wasn't like every game, but in important games, oftentimes I was just a defensive specialist playing third base. I might have more hits in the big leagues than I did my senior year. It could be
10. You were 10 for 56,
Wow.
I see.
There you
Who's
go,
Doug?
counting? Who's counting?
That's
Doug?
not bad.
All 10. Yep, 10 singles.
Yeah.
Even still, Tim, my Mount Rushmore of Las Vegas professional athletes later. Greg Maddux.
Nice play.
Bryce Harper. Steven Jackson, Brad Thompson. There's your 4.
Andre Agassi.
Nope, sorry, I only have 4.
Okay.
Yeah, you edged him out.
I'm glad that I made the list, and I know it has nothing to do with the fact that I'm on the program right now.
We'll mock you incessantly once you hang up. I do have a request. Next time the Youngry topic is discussed, if you could, Brad, just throw it out there and say, I think those are the boys on TMA. If you just kind of weave it into the conversation, a little credit.
Is that where that was?
Oh, wow. He acts like he doesn't listen.
And I got to tell you something. I don't think he's bluffing. I'm going to fold. I really don't think he knew.
I didn't. But now that I know, like the credit is there. Is the Youngry gonna be like the Cacaw with the Battlehawks? Because boy, there are a lot of people claiming the stake on that one as well.
You know, my understanding on that, actually, I thought it was from Cucky the Dwarf, who's one of our listeners, who started
that.
But but I was on the Riz show one time, and Riz goes, I started the Cacaw thing, and I said, hell, I don't know who started it. Who's claiming responsibility, Brad? I don't know. I know Riz thinks so.
It was the Fast Lane.
The Fast Lane started
came up with, yes, absolutely. That's where it started.
I assume that this is some history between you and the Riz show that he claims that it was his?
Look, I'll be honest with you. I just took credit for something that we probably didn't do. But if everybody's doing it.
And he got me on that one. He bluffed and he got that one.
Doing it, I'm in.
The reads were so good before
They
that.
were,
Tim.
yeah, and I just got picked up.
Whoever started Cacaw, I just want to know now, do they regret it? That's all. I'm just wondering.
I wouldn't think so,
Okay.
especially if they were able to throw it on a T-shirt and sell it before it got licensed.
that's
That's a win. I've got a bunch of unlicensed Cacaw merch, so that's, somebody did well on that.
All right,
Is Cacaw licensed?
Oh, it's got to be. Like, somebody's got to throw something on there to make the money, can't they? The Battlehawks didn't do that? I bet they did.
They probably have by now.
If not, I'm going to start a T-shirt business.
Yeah, there you go. Get the Cacaw thing going.
Again.
Why not? Brad, always enjoy the conversation. Cardinals and Angels tonight, 3 before the day off on Thursday, off to Fenway for the Red Sox on Friday. Thank you, Brad.
No problem, gentlemen. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, too. It's Brad Thompson, and you can see him on the YouTube. I love that that Airlink setup. I have one of those computers too. Brad was saying last week that he probably should have given it back. I still have one. When Jackson and I do the podcast and I'm not here, we do it via the, and it's such a crystal clear sound. Plus, you can have the person on YouTube. You know what I would tell you, Doug?
What?
It's the bee's knees.
Is it really?
Yeah, thanks for to Brad for doing that and for Mike Ryder and Jackson for setting that up. It's an added feature for the audience. Something we ought to do when we get Ella Reese on the program later this week. Thank you so much. Email in, Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way here at about 10:50 on the morning after. BK and Ferrario coming up following that as well. Want to let people know that if you're feeling sluggish on a Monday morning, that can happen. But if it's been happening a lot, that can be low testosterone. If you're putting on weight and you're not gaining muscle like you used to, that can be a symptom of low testosterone. Mentality can help. Mentality is a local health care facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. It's board-certified physicians who provide a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis all during your first visit. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. Don't let low testosterone hold you back. Be your best for yourself and for your family. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt answering the phones at 314-974-0101. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour. Watch and participate at youtube.com/TMASTL.
You've been to the St. Louis Zoo? I'm guessing you have. Did you know they care for about 12,000 animals? That represents nearly 450 species. What a gem we have in the St. Louis Zoo. The zoo's impact on wildlife and conservation is significant. That's why Together Credit Union partnered up with the St. Louis Zoo to bring you the exclusive St. Louis Zoo debit card. That Zoo debit card rounds up the change from your transactions and then donates the money back to the St. Louis Zoo. Your donations will help further the zoo's mission of animal care and management, wildlife conservation, research, and education. And that Zoo debit card allows you to receive special zoo membership. That includes discounts, attraction tickets, parking perks, and more. If you sign up now, you'll receive a sea lion plush toy with your St. Louis Zoo debit card. Get the card by going online or stopping by one of those 14 local branches, togethercu.org, or stop by and see them. Don't wait. Sign up today. Support the St. Louis Zoo. Visit Together CU for full terms and details. Together Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA.
little geography lesson.
If people watch Rick and Morty, this is like a Rick and Morty song.
Might need help with that one.
Yeah, that's a niche reference, but people will know it.
Doug, you like this one?
I don't mind it. Yeah.
Is this new to us?
Yeah, so
Chairman Kurt is discovering audio, and he's doing a wonderful job. Is that what that chairman's doing?
The album cover needs to be seen by folks. Tim, I'm going to send it to you promptly here. It's as good as it gets.
Is it the gentleman with the headphones on? Is that the cover or no?
Yes, that is correct, Martin.
I guess we can get up on the TMA social media and thank them for their work.
It looks like a falling down outtake kind of.
Falling down with Michael Douglas? And he was a Banny Rooster was he on the 101, Doug?
I don't know where he was.
Was that about 92? Was that falling down?
I'm going to go 93, but I'm not Price is Writing you. It's just
I'm 94 then.
Falling down.
It doesn't matter what Doug does. Tim, you nailed it. 93.
Yeah, it's fun to be this good, but I feel a responsibility to the audience at this point to deliver and speak infallibly from 7 to 11 here on 101 ESPN. Also on the YouTube channel, too. Martin, I know you got some onboarding, but Brad Thompson, we got breaking news. Fastlane did not come up with Kaka. He bluffed and said he did. Riz is adamant that he came up with Kaka. Did you guys think Cucky came up with that?
Cucky the Dwarf?
Yeah.
I like how Brad said, well, I can't say that one.
I'd never really thought much about it.
I really did. For some reason, I did. Chairman, I feel like you would be the one who would know on that.
I don't know. I did look up some trademarks. It looks like Kaka is law has been trademarked.
Is that right?
Yeah.
But Kaka itself is available.
Didn't see anything on just Kaka.
Okay. There you go.
Can you trademark that wouldn't even be a
phrase.
Word.
I think
it's
you
like
can
a
do a
sound.
phrase.
It's like trademarking
Pat Riley.
Bud.
Yeah, three-peat.
Right, but that'd be like trademarking Buzz or Moo.
Yeah, it's
Collar
weird.
Buzz?
Buzz.
Did you say moo?
Right, well, it's
like
like
a noise?
an onomatopoeia, like just like a noise.
Spelled the way it sounds. Right?
Maybe. I thought it was just like boom. Like anytime they would do like a hard cut in the Batman with Adam West, like kapow.
You're correct on that, Jackson. That is
Thank you.
onomatopoeia.
That's a hot day for me.
A big day for us.
Spell
Can
in
you
here.
spell onomatopoeia?
No
chance.
shot.
No
I'm not a good
chance.
speller.
That's a great point. Kaka.
You guys got an age on Michael Douglas?
Oh, did you say age?
Is he 80?
Let's see. I don't want to go first.
Yeah, I know. I know exactly what's going on.
I'll go second on this one.
I will go with 77.
I'll go 78.
Didn't even need to do a second guess because Martin nailed these 80 years young.
Wow, is that right?
Yeah, 80 years young.
Wow, falling down. I never saw that. He went into McDonald's, just all
Banny
honked
Rooster.
off. The only reason I say that the album cover, the gentleman who had a great song that we just used, he's wearing headphones. I just think he looks a little angry, is what I was referencing. Like he's ready to take names.
His dad, Kirk Douglas, lived till he was like 100 years old.
He did. Doug, Mount Rushmore of Michael Douglas films. Go ahead.
Oh, gosh. The one with the bunny rabbit and the hot water.
Fatal Attraction.
Yeah, Fatal Attraction.
Boiled the rabbit.
I never know the names of the movies.
Wall Street probably has to be on
That's
there.
what I was thinking.
I'm going to offer Traffic.
That's a nice play. I feel like we're doing well with this Mount Rushmore.
You guys are missing the
Syndrome
big
was
one.
kind of cheesy at the time,
What
but
are
it
the
was
initials?
notable.
BI.
Body
Basic
Index?
Instinct.
Yeah, Basic Instinct.
Shrub Season.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I mean, just for the iconic. And then Behind the Candelabra with the great Matt Damon.
Didn't he
he bottomed for him.
Didn't he develop some sort of cancer from a certain act? Or was that just a...
That was.
What do you mean by that?
Similar to Richard Gere and the gerbil. That was just hearsay. Very alleged stuff. But yes, I know what you're speaking of.
What was the hearsay?
Oh, I don't know if I can say it in the main employed.
Well, don't then.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So you're
fresh off that training.
Yeah, you're going to have to do your own research on that one. Big shoots.
By the
Big shoots.
That was actually because of the FCC training. That was Doug testing you, Jackson, to see, and you passed the
Flying
test.
colors.
Yeah,
Tomato
that's
meter.
impressive.
Do you want to know the tomato meter top 5? Michael Douglas.
Wow, yes, I do. Yes, I
Street?
do.
94% for Behind the Candelabra.
Yeah.
94%. Traffic is number 2.
Yeah.
That's what I would have thought would have been the highest one, but
One best screenplay.
I love that movie.
his guttural moans during Behind the Candelabra. It's tough to top that.
I think that was
Except it
Damon.
was.
I'm not interested in
I think that
that.
was Damon who was, wow.
Guttural moans?
The American President.
Lee
Great
Liberace?
movie. Love American President.
Liberace was the one with the guttural moans.
What, are we
Damon
positive?
was the top. Come on.
Was he?
You think Liberace was the top?
Well,
doubtful.
Thank you, Doug.
That was a one-watch movie. That wasn't, let's fire back up Behind the Candelabra.
Behind the
American-
Candelabra, critics' consensus, affectionate without sacrificing honesty.
Okay.
Behind the Candelabra, couples award-worthy performances from Michael Douglas and Matt Damon with some typically sharp direction from Steven Soderbergh.
Sharp direction.
A lot of romancing the Stones coming in, Martin.
That's a good one. Catherine Keener.
American Keener or Kathleen Turner? I think
Kathleen Turner.
I knew him from Streets of San Francisco.
Yeah,
He was a
with
star
Carl
there.
Malden.
Yeah.
Giant nose. American Express. China Syndrome's on here. 88. So it goes, according to the tomato meter, top 5 would be Behind the Candelabra, Traffic, American President, China Syndrome, Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Hard pass.
Jesus. And
It's actually not bad, but-
Then Romancing the Stone. Then War of the Roses.
The Game not on there? It's a miss.
Wonder Boys. Oh, I regret not saying that. Haywire.
And Wall Street also not on
Wall
there?
Street's 79%. It's number 12 on
pish
this
posh.
list. Pish Posh. The Game, number 14. Pish Posh.
I don't know who this is, but tomorrow they'll probably have a name because tomorrow the
That's right.
listeners can have Jackson for the first week of April get their names saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. But it says neither radio show came up with cacaw. We were saying it on social media way before either show acknowledged the Battlehawks' existence. That's from just a guy in the 314.
Just a fella. Okay. Everyone's taking credit for it now.
I really thought Cucky the Dwarf. And I still do. I'll have to text that Cucky. See if he takes credit. Maybe he doesn't take credit for it. Hell, I don't know, Doug. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling. Email of the day. That is coming your way. Jackson has a wonderful series of questions coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. Martin has onboarding. Jackson, how do you feel about a QFTA today?
Sure. Sounds like a good time.
Do you have anywhere to be, Jackson?
Yeah,
You may want to give Tim a window.
Semi-hard
You got a sound storage chair? Was that what that meant?
No, I just heard what you heard. I thought
you picked up a read.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Well, I'm not saying no.
I want to tell the people about it. I should have led with it, not led with it, but it should have. This Jackie Papers, Martin. Your alliance cohort.
Yeah, we text on the weekends.
Yeah, right here.
I told him we talked about it on QFT. I said my son. Despite what most likely will be really unfortunate genetics he's inherited from his father. Ideally, he gets his mom's genetics. But he's become obsessed with the game of basketball. And I know Jackson loves basketball. The audience knows because they get the Sports Center updates. And I said he wants to practice all the time, but, I'm his dad. He's not going to listen to me anyway. He's 7 years old. And he goes, I'd love to I should teach him or practice with him. And I go, I'd absolutely pay. He goes, no, I don't want to get paid. I just want to do it. And I go, because you said that, I believe you. And so I took him up on it. I texted him. He texted him last week, said he would do it this coming weekend. I followed up with him yesterday. It's effing Sunday afternoon. It's Sunday afternoon, this guy. He's 27-year-old. He's a bachelor, And he says, I said, hey, I got the gym at 1:30 if you want to. And he comes over there and he does it and spends like an hour and 15 minutes practicing with a 7-year-old.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a likable sort.
Just working on some hoop rock. Love helping out the youth. I can picture myself, a young man, just balling the dream, hoop dreams as they call it. And, I think I was molded and shaped by people who taught me, my father, my brother, a bunch of people, Kim English back in the day. Give the chance. I went to basketball camps the world over, so I got drills.
The world over.
You name
you get to go.
You name a high school or college in this town, I probably went to their basketball camp, so I was given a lot of knowledge.
What was the best one?
I always loved WashU's because it went till 4:30.
It was influenced by New York.
It was like 9 a.m. to 4:30, so you just played basketball all day long.
right.
It was awesome, and they have a really cool facility there. SLU High is also very good. But
CBC had a big one.
CBC
too.
had a great
I would
one.
go to Martin to DC Wilcutt and Bobby McCormick's camp.
I went to McCormick's camp several times.
Yeah.
Really good. And so I was given a lot of drills in my head and some simple fundamentals.
It was so great. I was down there messing around with my 3-year-old at the other end of the court. But occasionally I'd see what he was doing. I'm like, God, this is so much better than the crap that I would do, even though I went to the greatest grade school basketball program.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
At least in the Western Hemisphere. we just learned on the streets of South St. Louis.
Yeah. Roughnecks.
We were more of a UNLV style of offense at St. Gabriel, as people know.
Bully ball.
That's right. But Jackson's down there, and he's like running drills, and it was the greatest. And my son loved it. I thought, I was like, this MFer is so kind. 27 years old, I don't give a damn what was going on. I would have done that.
Happy to do it. First of all, love getting the shoes on. Love that feeling.
Getting the shoes on. You like that, Mr. Rogers.
What do you do most days? You
just putting my basketball shoes on. It's just like,
Do you have a bag you still use for basketball?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Just
whistle? You got a whistle?
No
Gray
whistle.
shirt that says coach on the front of it?
Like Roy Kent, I'll just yell, whistle. It was really good to get out there and just work on some stuff. And I thought it was great. I'm glad he enjoyed it because I very much enjoyed it myself.
Did you teach him about mouse in the house?
No mice in the
Okay.
house. A lot of dribbling work. If you can dribble with both hands and look up the floor, by the time you're about 10 years old, you're going to have a big leap on your fellow players.
None of the kids. Thank you. The kids will not work on dribbling.
No.
Is that right, Martin?
They all go out and just
shooting.
shoot. Steph Curry, shoot. I'm like, and you get into a game, they're covered, they're stuck. Can't dribble, can't play.
I had a feeling Jackson knew kind of the fundamentals and the right drills to run. That's why, and I knew he loved the game. So that's why I asked him. And then he wanted to do it, even when I said, I'll pay. And then he said, I don't want to be paid. And I'm like, well, that shows me that he really wants to do it. And sure enough, they're down there running drills. And you're talking about that dribbling thing. Because otherwise, I'd just be like sitting there shooting with him. I wouldn't know what the hell to do.
Shooting's obvious. Building a good fundamental shot form.
Good wide base.
Yeah, you like a wide base.
Triple threat position. Triple threat.
Until you get strong enough, it's really hard to set a true shooting form. But if you get the basics right, you're going to be in really good shape. But dribbling is the best. The best drill a person can do. You don't even need a hoop. Is the Kyrie Irving drill, which is wrapping the ball in a grocery bag and then dribbling, which takes away all the.
Doug has a problem with that, and I knew he would.
It takes away all the grip, and it takes away. It just makes it harder to dribble. But if you can get really good at dribbling a ball in a grocery bag, you are going to be in great shape when it comes to.
Does a ball even bounce if it's in a grocery bag?
Yeah, it still bounces, but
Plastic
you don't get any.
bag, I'm
plastic
assuming.
bag.
Thank you.
Yeah, like a paper
plastic.
bag. No, like a plastic grocery bag. It will really help you.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's one of the best drills you can do, and it literally costs you the cost of a ball.
Tim, what you do in the future, say, hey, both the boys are interested. I'll be right back if you don't mind. So now it's babysitting.
I did. I left him. I said, hey, I had the 3-year-old with me as well. And I said, I'm going to go over to LeGrand's since we're in the neighborhood and get some sandwiches. I said, Jackson, you want anything? Don't want anything. All right. So I left him. Then Jackson did do some babysitting. Now I brought the 3-year-old. If I would have left the 3-year-old with
That's
me,
what I'm saying. That's when you
I
really
would have had
push,
him doing mic and drills.
push the boundaries. The little guy's he'll just watch. I'm sure he'll be great. I'll be back. Maybe hour and a half? Do you guys good? You look like you want me to bring back drinks? And then you slide out.
Yeah.
Tim, don't let this dork influence your son, or the next thing you know, he'll be throwing a fit live on YouTube when Boone County Tech loses to another Missouri Valley school. That's from the St. Charles Hermaphrodite, and he's on your Mount Rushmore of worst Texers.
And solidly in there at that. Not moving.
So Harrison's brother Master is George Washington, and that's Abe Lincoln, the St. Charles Hermaphrodite.
Yeah, both those have already been chiseled into the side of the mountain. The other two, we're getting the blueprints ready.
When the kid wants to play a real sport, skating is the foundation. That's from the 636.
Well, his genetics are probably going to lead him more towards hockey or baseball than basketball.
Now, what are you trying to say with that comment right there?
So much of whether you're a good basketball or football player is just a matter of how big and tall and fast you are.
But still, what are you trying to say?
You can play hockey and baseball at any size.
Hoop dreams are something that can't be quenched on the ice. That's what I'd say.
How about that, Doug?
Dreams are something that cannot be quenched on the ice.
What about Muggsy Bogues, Doug?
Yeah, seriously.
Spud
Earl Boykins.
Well, he's the exception. You're talking about the drastic
Tiny
exception.
Archibald.
Yeah.
Cal Murphy.
Tim, did you get the Alberto Hot or the Legends Club? That's from the 314 Legends.
Yeah. It's might as well be a menu of one.
Now I'm craving some LeGrand's.
Oh, Martin, how do you do?
Maybe they could swing by tomorrow. Frank would always say, boy, I wish they were somewhere nearby.
And
We're
race
here
to the
till
mountain.
10.
You're welcome to participate in the program. Many are doing so unsolicited. 314-399-9646. You also have the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. Martin has onboarding to tend to. We will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Jackson's series of questions, the weekend wrap-up coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Timberwolves defeat the Pistons last night, 123-104. A little brouhaha broke out there in the third quarter, but 7 ejected in that game. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me? Wasn't that a piano, Doug?
Very nice.
A little ragtime feel,
Yeah,
too.
very
It is ragtime.
Mm-hmm.
Rhyme structure be damned.
Doug, just wonderful return music here on the morning after. It is TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel where you can gather and talk it over with other friends in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 100 West Dental and Dr. Brandon Pryor, a loyal TMA sponsor, and we are grateful for their support. If you are considering Invisalign, give them my name, and you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. If you're a TMA listener, mention my name. If you're on the fence about it, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100westdental.com with Dr. Brandon Pryor, or call 636-585-0100. I would imagine Dr. Brandon's a little down about his Tennessee Volunteers.
Yeah.
Not much of a sweat in that one.
No.
They were getting run early on and never were able to really... I think they got it to single digits in the second half, but never really made a threat. And off to the Final Four goes Kelvin Sampson, Doug, with the Houston Cougars.
Yeah. Rick Barnes 0-7 against the number 1 seeds in the NCAA tournament.
You love that Rick Barnes, but he doesn't love number 1 seeds.
This team, I don't think, was built for like a championship run. Certainly the run they were on was impressive as hell, but... yeah, they just didn't have. Houston is, if you haven't watched a full game of them, they give it to you, and they give it to you strong.
Houston's a better version of Tennessee's style?
Yeah, very similar styles,
Just
I would
do
say.
execute it better.
Right. Whereas, like Alabama was like, Alabama and BYU in the Sweet 16 were like very similar styles, but Alabama's just way better at it. Run into Duke, and Duke doing what they did is kind of like, how do you bet against Duke going forward?
I know, that's what I'm thinking. I will be intrigued to watch those games this weekend and coming up a week from tonight. Because
such a good system.
That is damn impressive what they have going on. Jackson, you have some questions here for the 10 o'clock hour. Doug, it's called the Weekend Wrap-Up. You ever heard of anything like that?
No, it's very creative.
What's the deal?
What is the deal with that? Why we drive on a parkway and park on a driveway?
Set on the tee and watch her rip one. What's the deal with such conference pride with college sports where we have to talk about how great or bad a conference is?
I thought that was only the SEC. This goes on elsewhere?
Oh, I think the Big Ten has something to prove a little bit, and I think ACC...
You think like in L.A. they're buzzing about the Big Ten and pulling for Tommy Bizzo?
I'm thinking of more... long-time Big Ten stalwarts.
Is it stalwarts?
I don't think there's an H on there.
It's stalwarts?
Yes, stalwarts.
Yeah, I think the H is silent.
Is that right?
Yes, stalwarts.
That was red hot today. What goes up must come down, am I right? Like in the Columbus region, maybe Ann Arbor, maybe even East Lansing. They have, they're trying to prove a little stuff, especially with the SEC being great at football, obviously a stalwart in football.
It was better that
Thank
time.
you. But now that the SEC has risen to the top in basketball, I think we're seeing something similar as well.
Your question is...
What's the deal with the...
What's the deal with that?
What's the deal with the conference pride being so rampant?
I think it's just a talking point. I don't think people really put too much into that.
SEC thing, and then it's just like a keeping up with the Joneses from there. People,
it could be, But now the conferences are so enormously big that there aren't that many conferences to compare yourself to.
Yeah.
It feels like there's the big two and everybody else.
I just feel like this time, like people going into the tournament were so like, well, is the SEC really that good? And like rooting for the SEC to have like a really bad tournament.
Yeah,
to kind of be like, come back to earth. Like you can't be great at both. But
yeah, remember Dennis Gates talking about that after the Kentucky game? He said, man, I was worried that we might have beat each other up. And SEC with, was it 14 teams, Jackson?
14.
And no matter what, because Auburn and Florida play each other, they will have won in the championship game.
Yeah, and I think that, the top dogs in the SEC did their job. I think some of the, I don't want to mention Missouri, but some of the more middle-of-the-pack teams maybe didn't live up to the hype.
Well, you talk about Drake.
I don't want to talk about Drake. Maybe ever again.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. Who has won the last 2 national titles in football? The Big Ten, Jackson. That's from Bombscon Scoobion.
No, and you're misconstruing what I was saying, Bombscon. I was saying I don't give a rat's ass about the conference pride. Like, if an SEC team wins, it doesn't make me happier. In fact, it probably makes me more upset because I dislike those teams. And, like, the idea that, like, because a program from the conference your favorite program plays in, like, wins and that's supposed to lift you up, I think that's nonsense.
Well, Doug and I always pull for the National League Central.
Right, that's the same idea. Like because the Reds are in the playoffs, now you're going to become like that makes no sense. Like I don't have the same conference pride.
Well, people want to find some reason to root for a team, so they have a rooting interest.
Sports gambling will help with that.
Sports gambling will help your life, Doug.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, if you're looking to hitch your wagon, put a little action down, we'll do that.
Yeah, it helps your life quite a bit if you win.
Well, that's what I had there.
Okay, well, that was nice. It was very, very good.
Very nice.
I found myself rooting for Florida. Florida hits their FIFOs in March.
Yeah.
They hit 25 of 27 the other day.
Yeah, and then Walter Clayton could not miss in that last 3 minutes. That was some of those shots were like the kind of shots you would see in like King of the Court where you're just messing around with your buddies.
Say, don't shoot, don't.
It was just all net.
Do you want to see Florida against Duke? Is that what you want to see?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah. I don't think you can honestly lose with how good all 4 of these 1 seeds are, but the ideal matchup to me is Florida versus Duke because it's like both teams playing so unbelievably well at this very moment. Where, I mean, don't get me wrong, Auburn's ever since like the last 8 minutes against Michigan and then the entire last game has looked as good as they've ever looked. I still think Florida just nudges them out barely.
Florida would have lost to Texas Tech if their wed waiters had been able to hit the FIFOs.
That's the key, man. They're free for a reason,
Think about that. They're free for a reason. Doug, that was a take on the free flows. And when you're wearing your hot take mittens, they're brought to you by EDF Group. Business owners, did you know fire codes require your company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider? It's not just about compliance, it's about protecting your employees, customers, and property. That's where EDF Group's Fire and Security Division comes in, proudly serving St. Louis and beyond. EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure. From expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems, they've got you covered, and it doesn't stop there. With 24/7 fire alarm and security monitoring, you'll have peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour of the day. Don't wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group's Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit theedfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire safety and security. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you on the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And Jackson and I will be going live about an hour from now.
Yeah, it works for me.
The TMA STL channel with QFTA. You can always send in your questions, comments. Hate mail is welcome. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. TMCKERNAN at InsideSTL.com. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Caw-caw. You hear that, Battlehawks fans? That's the sound of Battlehawks football returning. Already had a game on Friday to the Dome for the 2025 season. And guess what? Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken wants you to be a part of it. That's with their new Battlehawks box available at all their participating Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken locations. What's in that box, you ask? 4 of their famous hand-breaded chicken strips, an order of potato wedges. You heard me correct. I said potato wedges. A lot of places going fries only. Not at Lee's. They're sticking with the potato wedge, and I'm happy for it because you take a little bit of that, you dip it in your choice of 2 dipping sauces along with the chicken, and you get a code valid for up to 30% off Battlehawks tickets. So that means tickets are starting at just $14 to see your Battlehawks, and you get some delicious chicken on top of that. So get game day ready with the Battlehawks box for just $8.99 at any St. Louis area Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken location. And remember that caw is the law.
Doug, do you like this one?
I love it.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. The program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Martin let Brad Thompson know when he joined us in the 9 o'clock hour that he would like our program to receive credit when they talk on the broadcast about Youngry, and that it has caught on throughout both the Cardinals and the Cardinal fans as these boys are off to a 3-0 start. But we cannot take credit for Jobu. Jobu referenced by Jordan Biddington in the postgame. And do the Blues have their new Gloria for 2019's Gloria, 2025's Jobu? Take a listen to Jordan Biddington following the win in Colorado on Saturday.
Yeah, Jobu's second intermission speech got us going, I think.
I mean, he tends to give inspirational speeches.
Yeah, he brought a vocal element to the room, for sure.
What did he say?
That's, you got to understand his language if you want to know what he says.
Look at that, Doug.
Okay.
Matthew DeFranks of the Post-Dispatch, understandably, with the follow-up question, well, what did Jobu say? And Jordan Biddington said, well, you got to understand the language before you can hear his message.
I guess if the players are getting a kick out of that, that's great.
Uh-oh, sounds like you don't like it. Sounds like you don't like it.
When they did Gloria, the entire fan base could join in and celebrate.
Well, we have a lovely listener named Rogers and Hammertoe who's provided us such hits as Youngry Birds, the Youngry, and If We Can Just Get How We Can Win This Baby. Maybe this is a siren call to him to maybe fire up a Jobu anthem of some sort.
Yeah, and they can play this in the building.
Right.
During what will be Game 3 against the Jets, or it will be VGK.
I don't know.
And then if we're the musical center of both the Cardinals championship run, 12 and 25, and then the Blues second cup run, I mean, I think that just is better for everybody.
It's going to be a big year for us around here.
I was curious this morning what a $100 wager on the futures for the Blues and the Cardinals would pay off.
Oh, if they both shipped it?
Yeah. $463,000.
Oh. On a $100 bet?
Mm-hmm.
Right now?
That's what I saw on one of my sites.
So did you make the bet?
I'm all over that.
I'm in Missouri. I can't do that right now. I got to drive over to the Red Roof Inn and...
Well, don't get feisty.
That's stunning to me.
Pretty sick value. A lot has to happen, but
I understand that. I mean, these are two absurd long shots, but I can't believe it would pay $463,000. Do you mind giving me the site, Chairman?
DraftKings, the DraftKings
Really?
Sportsbook. Yeah, it's got it at.
So if I put $100 on the Blues to win the Chalice, which for the record is now plus 5,000. And then in order to get paid, the Cardinals also have to win the World Series. But then I get paid $463,000.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. $463,500 to be exact.
I mean, that might be worth me leaving my basement today.
Fiduciary responsibility.
I might have a fiduciary responsibility.
But what a hit that would be in early November. Oh my God.
I mean, Doug. We would have a pony show for like months at a time.
I guess if you needed $450,000, it'd be nice.
You know, if we all four put in 100, we're coming in at just under $2 million.
Really?
Man, can you imagine what we would be like at Bricktops?
Well, we'd have to get like a group, like we'd all buy a house in Huntley, but we'd all live there.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to get a house in Huntley for $400,000.
No, but if we all put in 100, we're looking at about $2 million.
So we got to live together now?
Yeah, we're like four hot guys.
Get to live together.
Right.
Thank you, Chairman.
You can have the biggest bedroom if you want.
Tim, can we do bunk beds?
Yes.
Oh, gosh.
You guys ever have bunk beds when you were kids?
Yes.
I did,
yeah.
Top or bottom? Tee.
I think I was mostly on the top bunk because my brother wanted the bottom bunk.
Fair. Never had it. Never had that growing up.
Tim, I got the Blues at plus 10,000 to win the Cup last Tuesday. I forgot to thank you for talking me into it because they are now at plus 5,000, although my wife wasn't very happy. Let's see how upset she gets when $20,000 is deposited in the old bank account. Thank you again, and let's go Blues. That's from the 573 Doug.
Okay.
Look at that. You're welcome. You're welcome. At FanDuel, it's $860,000.
Oh, I like that better.
I mean, what in the world?
It's double.
$100 bet.
I think I am just going to do it.
I kind of, yeah. I mean, $100.
Well, that would be life-changing money for some of you guys.
Well,
but think
3
about
out of the 4 of us.
If the Blues were to win it all, and then the Cardinals make the playoffs, the cash out on that is probably still super sick.
So just the Blues winning it all and the Cardinals just making the playoffs? Is that eligible to wager, Chairman?
You could cash out the double championship parlay at probably a pretty nice clip. Obviously nowhere near the 400,000, but probably 5 figures.
Doug, I was telling Jackson about those yesterday while he was schooling my son in the game of hoop rock. I had a 3-game parlay on Saturday.
Like Brody and Peaky Blinders.
Was the Cardinals against the Minnesota Twins, victorious. Blues money line against the Avalanche, which was plus 175. I'm like, hey, listen, they're underdogs. I get it. Plus 175. That's a miss by Vegas. And then after my buddy who played at Wake Forest in our group chats gave the reasons why Duke was going to beat the hell out of Alabama, I go, that sounds good to me. So I took Duke -7. Hit it, and I was getting the cash out option. And going into that nightcap, which was the Duke game, the cash out option was about just shy of 50%.
Yeah.
And I thought,
a week.
That's not why we played the game.
No.
To cash out just under 50%. Maybe tempt my tummy a little bit more with the taste of nuts and honey on 3/4, and you might have gotten me to cash out, but not there.
Yeah.
So I faded it, and now I would imagine the people at Bovada don't know what hit them after my $10 parlay hit. I would imagine they probably are having an emergency meeting.
Shut down the business, probably.
Yeah, after my $88 came on through. But with regard to the cash out option, yeah, if they were going to offer me half of that $880,000 after the Blues won the Chalice, I think I'd take it, considering right now it's plus 5,000.
Yeah, or even like $100,000. Like if they were like $100,000 after the Blues win it all, you'd probably be like,
so FanDuel is plus 860.
I just threw the Battlehawks on there too, winning the
Might as
UFL
well.
champion.
Yeah, for real.
$100 would get you 1.8.
Dog,
No.
this is Titletown in 2025.
Battlehawks are one of the better teams, too, right?
Yeah, the Battlehawks alone are plus 300.
Oh, wow. Well, there's only 8 teams in the league. Should be noted. Yeah, boy.
And I feel like there's a chance a couple just contract over the course of the season, too. So you got to factor that in when
Or
you're
merge. The Houston Roughneck Renegades.
What happens if the league shuts down before the championship? Does it have a little mention in there?
Void.
All right, Doug, we got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, and we're all heading across the river to place our wagers because we got to get the video poker regulated in Missouri, and so we can't get it done here. There's just one guy kind of really active on that for some reason. I wonder what that's about. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's coming your way. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Welcome back. It is TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen. Brown & Crouppen is online at brownandcrouppen.com. Who's coming in tomorrow? We had Terry Crouppen the last 2 weeks. I'm going to make an Ed Herman play.
That's where I would go.
All right. brownandcrouppen.com or call 314-222-2222. It's Brown & Crouppen. They are local. Been in St. Louis since their founding in 1979, and they are proud of the St. Louis community and active in the St. Louis community, and they know the legal environment in the St. Louis community. So if you're going to be working with a personal injury lawyer, wouldn't you want somebody who's local? Well, that's where Brown & Crouppen comes into play. Go online at brownandcrouppen.com or call 314-222-2222. It's Brown & Crouppen. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. We'll have that design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day coming up here in about 10 minutes. They are not happy with us in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Who really cares where cacaw came from? I just wish the local media would talk about the Battlehawks a bit more instead of March Sadness. It's from the master of custodial arts, Doug, who wants us to talk more UFL than NCAA tournament.
Oh, baby! It's a nice name, though, the master of custodial arts. I like that.
You mean to tell me that Tyler McGill can't come on for he might be in Syracuse to start the year? You mean to tell me that Jose Buto can't come on?
Yeah. Why is KG wearing a Dodgers hat? Are you kidding me? Got some big tough chairman not happy with your Dodgers hat.
I like winning teams, Big Tuft. So,
my
I don't even know you anymore.
No, honestly, I like the cap. It's very neutral in color, so I can wear it with a lot of things.
Black hat with white lettering.
Yeah.
You could theoretically, though, get that with the STL logo on it, no?
You know what? I hadn't thought of that.
Wow.
And the LA Dodger hat is elite. You're not going to catch me denying that. The whole Dodger uniform is great.
I find myself really...
They can kick rocks.
I like teams that everybody else is hating at the moment. I was a big fan of the Yankees back when everybody was mad at the Yankees for this stuff. Mm-hmm. Went with the Dodger hat.
You're off to a 5-0 start.
I mean, they're going to break the Mariners' record.
I think so.
Is there a sadder Hoosier than angry texter guy demanding more UFL talk? That's from the Crestwood Coyote. Doug, is there a sadder Hoosier?
Probably not. That might be the litmus test.
I am tired.
I needed a title for this segment.
The saddest Hoosier? That's the title of the segment?
It is. Yep.
If KG likes winning teams, why does he support Missouri? That's from the Hunchback of Von Castle.
Damn. That was like a double barrel shotgun.
Yeah, I can't even really respond to that one. I'll stand down.
So he's just a bandwagon hopper perpetually? Solid take, lols. That's from the 636.
And leave you quivering.
Sad Hoosiers don't usually quiver.
We have people sending in screenshots of their bets that Chairman Kurt has tipped us off on. Jimbo Fisher's golden parachute was the first one I saw, but now I've seen a bunch of them since.
They're only needing more money.
And they have placed $100 bets, and it's truly, if the Blues win the Cup and the Cardinals win the World Series, it pays $860,000 on a $100 bet.
If that hits, I would expect a little beak wetting.
You get to wet your beak on that.
Bone dry, your beak currently.
Yeah, that's not fair.
Doug, what I think these gambling sites don't have the edge on is that if they can just get hot, they can win this baby.
Oh,
Boy, they don't understand that.
The correlation between getting hot and winning the baby.
They don't have as deep an understanding of the sports as I do.
Vaughn Index and such.
How are the sports? Are they great? Yes, they are.
Happy birthday, Lauren.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah, sorry.
I love the design, air, heating, and cooling email today coming up here on this award-winning presentation. The morning after at InsideSTL.com is how you can send your emails in. Jackson, what business do I need to tell the people?
Schaefer Door Company.
Yeah, Schaefer, that's where you can podcast.
Yeah, bingo.
Schaefer Door Company sponsored the podcast online at schaeferdoor.com, SCHAEFER door.com. That is Jason Gosrow's company, and he sets aside times on Monday morning for the garage doors that break over the weekend. Doug has worked with them. It's SchaeferDoor.com with one F. That's SchaeferDoor.com. Plus, they sent up a phone number for you to call or text that is specifically for TMA listeners, 636-782-3608. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs. They service commercial doors as well. It's Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the text inbox here, or the podcast here on TMA and 101 ESPN. Schaefer Door is a CHI overhead door dealer. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today coming up. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. The Blues extend their winning streak, defeating the Colorado Avalanche on Saturday 2-1. Off today, back in action tomorrow as they take on the Detroit Red Wings right here in St. Louis. You can catch the game right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. There's another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. See them at wandoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
TMA 101 ESPN, Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up. And Jimmy Stuggerud has just taken the ice with your St. Louis Blues for the first time out at Centene.
Oh, I see.
Jeremy Rutherford with the tweet on what you call the Twitter tweets. We're going to have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up here in a matter of moments. Doug, you want to tell me about Design Air Heating and Cooling?
Well, sure. It's who you need to call if you have any kind of problem with your furnace or your air conditioning. It'd be a good idea to call them before you have a problem. Let them come out and do some maintenance work. Then you probably won't have any problems. Who do you call? Well, you call Seth Goldcamp, or one of the technicians with his fabulous company. It's been around since 1904. It's a fourth-generation St. Louis business now, and they are the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show. Best known for their honesty and going above and beyond the call of duty. When they come out to your home, they're going to give you what you need, never try to upsell you. And that's what they've done when they've been to my house 2 or 3 times now over the years. They just do fantastic work. They take that reputation very seriously. Their website is easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling for all of your heating and cooling needs. Choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. And now I'm going to tell you what the website is. You might remember this. DesignAirService.com. That's nice. Design Air with an E at the end of Design Air. DesignAirService.com. Thank you, Seth Goldcamp, and your fabulous company. Design Air Heating and Cooling.
Time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. JV Golf Coach has already won the month of March. But I feel like people are going to kind of try to use this time, maybe like the Blues will with Jimmy Snipes, get him some work and get him ready for the month of April.
Okay.
So here I sit on Saturday night, all alone, eating a chicky parm sandwich inside the City Foundry. I'm feeling like I'm coming off a high. Cardinals win, yep. Blues win, yep. It's 8 p.m. All of a sudden, I see a man whom I can only describe as dashing. He's stout, strong, chiseled. He's Chairman Kurt. I don't say hi. I just watch him walk away. That's from Uncle Betty.
Uncle Betty. Oof. She's new.
And young. Doug is such a dinosaur. Thanks. Some #1 Asian intern, Brian Henson. Doug, he's back.
Henson's back? That's not a good thing.
I mean, I read exactly what was said in the email. Judging by the way he was still bummed about Bennington staying in St. Louis, I wouldn't be surprised if caller Mark is actually Joel Hofer's agent. But I'm not ready to address Mark's bizarre phone call because I'm still trying to get last week's Bachelor Baseball segment out of my head. I haven't seen anything that creepy since Iggy asked ASMR Taylor to make him a personalized whisper video for, quote, private use. To recap, a random listener broke into Ballpark Village, lied to security guards, and somehow snuck upstairs so he could guilt trip a middle-aged woman into sitting through a 2-hour rain delay with him. I kept waiting for a few orderlies to show up and take that dude back to the Gatesworth because I'm 100% certain that he recently escaped from an assisted living center. My skin started to crawl when he said I was supposed to go to opening day with a very special 17-year-old boy.
Oh, no. No.
But he never would give me a straight answer. End quote. Old Roger carefully chose his words and purposely didn't say son. So, what special teenage boy was he talking about? Actually, I don't want to know the answer to that question. The cherry on top was the customized Cardinal jersey with his own last name on the back, which was a major red flag. You guys are lucky he didn't kidnap one of you and make you rub lotion on your skin in a pit in his basement. Doug, that's from the JV Golf Coach.
JV Golf Coach.
Morning, boys. Just wanted to send a belated love the show to Jackson. You see, yesterday I saw Jackie Boy and a young lady leaving Union Bagel. Is this an accurate sighting?
Yes.
Now, are you starting to feel a little creeped?
Nah.
No, it's fine. Man of the people. Folksy, after grabbing some delicious treats, I considered yelling, "Hey, love the show!" But then I realized he would probably wonder why this middle-aged man dragging 5 children into Sylvia D's ice cream at 10:30 in the morning is bugging him on an off day in front of his girlfriend. So I thought better of it. I did say good morning, and Jackson gave me a smile and hello in response. Thanks for your hard work, Jackson, and for not laughing at my plight. I hope you enjoyed a nice Sunday. That's John, and he's in Shrewsbury.
John.
Shout out, John.
And he's in Shrewsbury.
And finally, Sadie Hawkins, Doug. The Blues are the hottest team in hockey, but some guy named Mark, who may or may not be Joel Hofer's agent. Boy, there's a lot of belief that that's Joel Hofer's agent.
Right, could well be.
He's still upset we didn't trade Binner at the deadline. The Youngry Birds are the talk of the town, according to TMA Kiss-Ass #1, who called in to promote a dog park with a bar that Doug's never heard of. The Mets were off on Sunday. Is that a new report? And Mike Francesa is still trying to figure out why. But I think the lead is that in horse racing, the horse does most of the work relative to the jockey. You know, you talk about the listener of the month from Warch, and you got the JV golf coach who ran away with emailer today with 7 wins, and you got the drunk barge worker from Festus who revealed he slipped one past the goalie at age 51, and you talk about the Dads on Driveways podcast guy who called in not to self-promote, but to ask Tim for advice on how to start a conversation.
I like that guy a lot.
And you got the 57-year-old bachelor who's so desperate to find a female aged 42 to 61 to watch the Clydesdales with that he showed up 4 hours before the game to sit at a desk and feels free to fall apart at any time, only for there to be 0 women because Ballpark Village wasn't open yet. But I think the clear winner is the gerbil who called in and talked about David Beckham wearing a blue Cardinal cap 25 years ago. That's from Buck Swope, and that's what we have for the Design Air
Swope
Heating and Cooling email today. What you got?
Well, I think it's between Swope and the JV golf coach again. And today I'm going to vote for the JV golf coach.
I'll go Buck Swope and put it on Jackson and Tim.
I liked the JV golf coach just barely.
It was a great race, but I'm going JV golf coach. Congratulations, JV golf coach. That's 8 wins in the month of March for the JV golf coach. That's a fun month for him.
Special.
That's going to carry over into the second quarter, too. I feel like he's got the momentum. You want to be in form, kind of like Rory right now. He's in form heading into the Masters. I think that's what you got right now, Doug.
Okay.
For the JV golf coach, and that's fun. That's really
so much fun. So much.
BK and Ferrario are coming up next. Now, Jackson and I are going to go live on YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL for QFTA, so you can, that'll be at 11:15, Jackson. Is that fair?
11:20.
Uh-oh.
Well,
what's going on?
Would you rather be on time or honest?
Think about that. Would you rather be on time, or that's really a question for the media in 2025?
Yeah.
We'll have it at 11:20 then. YouTube.com/TMASTL. BK and Ferrario coming up next for Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel.